Evening. I hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of June 24th, 2021 to order. Councilmember Woods, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly, if we'd all stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Councilmember Woods. City Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Corse.
Here.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Present.
Mayor Holstage.
Here.
And Councilmember Gardner will be joining us shortly. All council members are present.
Thank you. We have a few presentations tonight. So the first is a surprise proclamation to Megan Goring of the Palm Springs Certified Farmers Market. This was requested by Lauren Wolfer to thank Megan and the Certified Farmers Market and their staff for all of their hard work providing essential food and services to our residents during the pandemic. They worked hard to change protocols, to stay open, and really provide food to our residents who are most in need. So thank you to Megan and her team for her work. So I'm going to read the proclamation now, and then we will bring you on stage and present the proclamation to you from the entire City Council. Whereas Megan Goring began working with the Palm Springs Certified Farmers Market operated by the Palm Springs Cultural Center in 2008 and is the current market manager. And whereas the Palm Springs Certified Farmers Market is the main sales outlet for over 40 local small businesses and family farms and continued to operate as essential services during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas, without Megan's nimble stewardship, Palm Springs residents would have lost direct access to local small farm produce, livelihoods would have been endangered, and an untold amount of food would have gone to waste. And whereas the Certified Farmers Market is a beloved local institution that provided not just safe access to fresh produce, but also a sense of community and stability for Palm Springs residents during an exceptionally challenging time. And whereas many elderly and vulnerable residents relied on their weekly visit to the Palm Springs Certified Farmers Market as their sole source of social interaction while otherwise isolated. And whereas the Palm Springs Certified Farmers Market offers the only nutrition incentive program in the Coachella Valley where CalFresh, WIC, SSDI, and unemployment recipients can receive matching funds to extend the purchasing power of their benefits. This valuable program kept fresh fruits and vegetables on the kitchen table for thousands of residents at a time when community nutrition was of the utmost importance. And whereas Megan went above and beyond the call of duty, working tirelessly and navigating countless logistical challenges to enact robust COVID-19 protocols that protected the health and safety of the market's many customers, participants, and volunteers. And whereas the Palm Springs Certified Farmers Market operated safely and successfully through the pandemic by virtue of Megan's outstanding management and perseverance. And whereas Megan is herself essential to the community nutrition in the city of Palm Springs and is a shining example of citizen leadership who deserves special recognition for her efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved, we, the Palm Springs City Council, hereby, by the power vested in us, do hereby proclaim Thursday, June 24th, 2021 as Megan Goring Day. Thank you so much for your work.
It's my great privilege to be the manager of the Certified Farmers Market. I started on the very first day as a customer and stood in line for 20 minutes to buy a head of broccoli with a big smile on my face. So excited to have our Certified Farmers Market begin. Just took on more and more responsibility over time. But it has been a great honor to work with the amazing farmers and vendors who provide this terrific service for our community. I've really enjoyed it. And my assistant, Lauren, down there, really made it possible for me to persevere this year. Her help has been unparalleled. So thank you for this. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you again to everyone at the Certified Farmers Market for their work. And I see Councilmember Garner has joined us on screen. Welcome. So the next presentation is from Rob Hampton of the Palm Springs Convention Center and Bureau of Tourism. Welcome, Rob.
Council members for inviting us to come tonight and share a few highlights of the last 15 months. From the onset of the pandemic, the Palm Springs Convention Center and the Palm Springs Bureau of Tourism immediately put into place a three-pronged strategy based on what we knew at the time. The first we knew had to be stabilization. With the loss of revenue, we had to determine how to continue to manage the building and to promote tourism through marketing to achieve maximum results and make sure we didn't have to come back to council for additional funds. I'm proud to announce tonight that we did stay within the approved budget for both the Convention Center and the Palm Springs Bureau of Tourism. The next step was really preparation. Our team spent a ton of hours researching options on how to prepare to be open when it was safe to open again. And we didn't know if it was going to be 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 years. No one knew, but this team knew that it was our responsibility and our duty to make sure the building was ready to open when we were able to. And the final phase was the recovery phase. We knew this pandemic wouldn't last forever, and we worked with the city, business leaders, the Greater Palm Springs Convention and Visitors Bureau to make sure that we had a variety of marketing options available so we could get the word out that we are open and that it is safe to come to Palm Springs to visit. So we did put together a quick highlight video, just again highlighting some of the accomplishments over the last 15 months. So.
In 2019, our destination was thriving. We were a top destination for leisure and business travel, seeing growth and expansion year over year. Visitors came from around the world, and our airport continued to grow. In March of 2020, everything came to a halt with the growing COVID-19 pandemic. We paused our out-of-market and leisure advertising, and corporate groups stopped traveling. However, COVID didn't stop us. We turned our focus to strategy and determining the best ways to support our local community and businesses.
We developed Hello Palm Springs to launch when it was safe to welcome visitors back to the destination, focusing on our incredible outdoor spaces and safe travel. Travelers who had been cooped up were eager to plan their travel, and we kept Palm Springs top of mind. We also launched our local campaign called We Are Palm Springs, focusing on the businesses and the people who support our economy, and encouraged locals to get out and support, whether it was takeout from the restaurants, curbside pickup at a shop, or buying a gift card for future use at a hotel. We used our incredible community to tell this story.
We are Palm Springs.
Amidst the pandemic, our team at the Convention Center stepped up in many ways. We opened our doors to become a critical testing site, helping tens of thousands of residents get tested to help minimize the spread of COVID-19 in an effort to help our economy reopen. In February, the City of Palm Springs partnered with Riverside County to create a mass vaccination clinic at the Convention Center. Nearly 42,000 total vaccines were administered at the Convention Center. We also partnered with local nonprofit organizations to provide support with food, diapers, and pet food. We welcomed Find Food Bank in April of 2020 and continue to provide the Convention Center parking lot, distributing food to those in need. Through Find Food Bank, we also gave away free children's diapers and baby wipes at a drive-through event. A partnership with the Palm Springs Animal Shelter also allowed us to give away free dog food to those in need.
Our team worked hard over the past year to develop safety protocols, which allow us to be one of the first 20 convention centers in the world to be GBAC certified for cleanliness and preparedness to safely welcome people back to our facility. We worked especially hard at listening to our clients to ensure that anything which was postponed was rebooked into future years. Now that California is back open, we're very excited to welcome our first group to the Convention Center in just a few days. Over 850 guests will join us for the California Council for Adequate School Housing. A downtown banner will welcome this group to the city, and in July, we will welcome the National Corvette Restorers Society. We are so thankful for the support of the entire business community, our Chamber of Commerce, the City of Palm Springs, and our incredible clients who recognize the impeccable service we provide here at the center. We look forward to continuing to be a top business destination for meetings and conventions.
We're back in action promoting Palm Springs and our businesses as the top place to visit, stay, and play, and are excited to see our visitors. We are Palm Springs and truly know we are like no place else.
Great, thank you. And let's see, we're going to the slides now. So just to, a little bit of follow-up since we did the video. Find Foods will continue to be in our parking lot the first and third Thursday, distributing food and diapers once again. The COVID testing continues. It will end on June 30th. And our mass vaccination clinic will close also on June 30th. So Curative and Riverside County can really focus on those mobile test sites that are so important. Well, the next slide was supposed to be, we are open. Many of you were at the Chamber event. It was a wonderful event. It was fun to see face-to-face meetings and face-to-face events back. There was so much excitement in the room. It was fantastic. And it was a fantastic start to what is going to be a really bright future for the Convention Center. As we mentioned in the video, our first convention and trade show, our first major convention and trade show will move in tomorrow, and we'll meet Monday through Wednesday, 850 attendees. This was a group that was booked at 1,000. We anticipated about 400 people. They're coming in at 850. All the hotel room blocks are sold out. That demonstrates the pent-up demand to meet face-to-face and also, wanting to come to Palm Springs. So that's, again, just the beginning. At the end of July, we have an event that's in. And then starting in September through the end of the calendar year, we are very, very busy. Starting in 2022, of course, we kick off with the film festival. And in February through the end of the fiscal year, we are pretty much relatively full. So it's going to be a really good year for meetings and conventions that are so important to so many people. Our staff, our employees, our restaurants, our hotels, et cetera. So it is exciting times, and it's, we're very excited to get that group in. Of course, I get to come up here and talk to you guys, but you know my incredible team, and I asked them to join us today. So I'm going to just introduce them. It's been a really difficult year for all of us, and I'm really, really proud the hard work and the response of this team. We went from hosting events to opening our doors for humanitarian needs. And now we're right back to hosting events, and again, on a very skeleton crew. So I'm going to start off with Rick. Many of you know Rick. He's our Director of Sales and Marketing. Rick's primary response, we wore a lot of hats. We went down to a team of 6 people managing both the convention center, and we had 2 people managing the Bureau of Tourism. So Rick's primary responsibility was to save all those groups that were forced to cancel their meetings because of this horrible pandemic and the shutdown of our state. He worked tirelessly many times, moving them from June to October to March, and now we're back in December, and he didn't give up. Very successful. I'm happy to report that about 80% of those groups that we lost, that revenue that we lost, Rick was able to book for future years. 22, 23, 24 really looks solid for the building. Christy is our senior event manager. And I know, Mayor, that you got to work with Christy on many efforts. But her main task was to take care of the immediate needs of our clients. Our clients were scared. Our clients didn't know what was going to happen. And she was there to make sure that she listened, primarily listened. Wasn't a whole lot we could do, but listen and try to understand what the needs are to our customers moving forward. And then she took on the task of educating herself on what virtual meetings look like, hybrid meetings, and got a lot of certifications to make sure that she would be a really valuable resource to the meeting planners, both the ones that we have booked and ones for the future. Mario is our Director of Operations, and he had the monumental task of maintaining and keeping our building secure during the shutdown. And he managed this on a very skeleton staff. We had 24-hour security throughout the pandemic. Mario also took on the responsibility to make sure that all the health and safety protocols that were necessary were in place, again, so we could reopen. Thanks to all of you approving some of the capital improvement projects, some infrastructure projects we haven't been able to do because we can't close down the kitchen for 3 months to do some of those infrastructure things. Mario managed all those projects too. So the projects are done, and like I said, we're ready to open. Camille is our HR manager. She wasn't able to join us, but like many HR managers, she had the most difficult task, and that was having to have conversations with our most valuable resource, and that was our human resource, all of our colleagues. From furloughs to layoffs, now to rehires, that was a tough job. We're bringing people back. We're getting ready to open, and happy to report that 100% of the people that we're bringing back were former employees of ours. So everyone that we reached out to, if they were employed or not, they have accepted the position and they're coming back. So that, I think, is that's a great thing for us. And then the Bureau of Tourism side, we went from seven people to 2 people. And Randy Gardner is here with us, and he really became a great leader through this whole thing. Again, from 7 to 2 people, he went from PR manager to really leading all of the marketing efforts, working with all the community to make sure that we had everything in place. So, Randy, along with the entire team, they really stepped up. They wore multiple hats. They rolled up their sleeves. They stayed focused. They knew what they had to accomplish. And that's, because of them, these 4 here and Camille and others, that's why we're ready. That's why we're ready to open. That's why we're ready to visit, to welcome our clients back to the building, and most importantly, our tourism back. So thank you for the opportunity to share and some of the accomplishments, and happy to answer any questions, or if you have any.
Thank you to all of you for all of your incredible work. We'll give you an applause now, even though we're in empty chambers. It's been really incredible to see you all work, and I've worked with many of you almost every week, which we don't normally do. And I remember back 15 months ago, last April, when we asked Find Food Bank and we asked the convention center if you could provide food, since we know some of you so many people were truly going without food when they lost their jobs, and you turned around, I think it was a week or two, into a mass food distribution site with the National Guard. You didn't say it out loud, but your slide said 76,000 people received food at the convention center, 41,000 vaccines distributed, which you also turned around very quickly. And I know that you're high-level convention center experts, and here you are really distributing food and vaccines and essential services to our community. So your work truly saved lives, not just with the vaccines, but with the food and all of the work that you've done every day. So truly appreciate your commitment and service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. Our next presentation is a few slides about the unveiling of the Forever Maryland statue. So you can see here, PS Resorts planned a community event and gathering and celebration of the Forever Maryland statue. We attended the Palm Springs City Council as well as up to 500 community members who attended to see this unveiling, and it was, I think, 118 degrees outside. So you can see some drone footage there that shows 500 people or up to 750 people who attended the event. We also received information about an independent poll that was completed on behalf of Palm Springs residents and Palm Springs voters to see the community support and assess the community support of Forever Maryland. So you can see here on this slide the poll that was completed by More Information Group. The city was not part of this poll and didn't fund it, but we did receive this information and wanted to share it with the public that 70% of the total respondents supported the statue overall, and you can see here the questions that by and large the majority of the community agrees that the statue will be a fun and free attraction and agrees that the statue will help local businesses. So we wanted to share that information with the public, and thank you to PS Resorts and all of our tourism partners for attending that event. And we had a flyover from Vintage Plains, and it was a great free and fun community event, and I think everyone was really excited to be back together in our thriving downtown. Next, we have a presentation from Councilmember Coors on Desert Community Energy.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So Desert Community Energy put together a video, and really what we want to get out there to the public is the importance of being conscious during the summer and the heat waves, and ways, one, you can save money for electricity, but avoid the blackouts and brownouts by really being conscious of what time your pool pump is on and things along the lines. There was some new information for me at our meeting, so if we can show the video. It would be great for the public to see. And the real concern, especially, is like between 4:30 and 9:30 during the day, when, because of limited solar storage, but we're all working on that. There's a lot of solar on the grid during the day, but we lose that in the evening throughout the state. And so, Californians reduced electricity use up to 3,000 megawatts in response to the flex alerts last summer, and that's going to save everyone money and keep us from brownouts and blackouts. Make sure your pool pump is running, at night, not in the heat of the day. So things along those lines that really make a difference, and there's more information on the website. I was going to do this in council member comments, but since we're in Desert Community Energy, given the heat waves, what happened in Texas and this unprecedented heat wave, electricity costs to buy power right now jumped 27%, which is a horrendous amount. It's the worst people who work in the field have ever seen in California. The good news is Desert Community Energy, concerned about this, hedged and bought the right to buy power at lower rates before the summer. There's always a risk that the rates will be lower than what you hedge, but that didn't happen this time. It was a very smart move and has $12 million in power already purchased. So what is likely going to happen is the board will be requested to authorize an increase in rates that's expected to be about 3 or 4% for the next 3 months for the 100% carbon-free, which is $3 on a $100 electricity bill. Desert Saver will remain the same. It will remain the cheapest electricity that you can buy in Palm Springs. And people who are low income on the Care Fair programs will still get their around 30% discount from the Desert Saver rate. So I did want to alert council. Whenever we're going to have a change in rates, I'll alert council. And if council wants to have Desert Community Energy come in and discuss this, they're always happy to come. Just let the city manager know. And we'll do that. But just really pleased. And Mayor Pro Tem Middleton is, in theory, my alternate, but attends all of our meetings and meets with staff with me on everything because it's such an important issue. And we've had such great results. So this hedging is good. And given we just entered into a contract for a solar storage, by next summer, we will have that online, which will help even keep our rates lower. So that's an exciting development we're moving forward with. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for your work on that. The next presentation tonight is from the Coachella Valley Vector and Mosquito Control District. We have Tammy Gordon, who's the Public Information Officer, and she is joining us by Zoom.
Hi.
Hi, Tammy. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We are ready for your presentation.
All right. Can you hear me? I just put the earbuds in.
We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Should I start sharing my screen now or should I wait?
You can go ahead.
Okay, you should see my presenter screen. Is that correct?
Yes,
we
see
can.
it.
And you can go ahead and begin your presentation.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So again, my name is Tammy Gordon. I'm with the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. Just here to let council and the residents know about the control treatments that we'll have to be doing this summer. The application area is going to be over 1,100 acres, which will affect around 7,000 households, which estimates about 18,000 residents in Palm Springs. The area we're discussing will be with helicopters. Starting clockwise from the top, Ramon Road, Sunrise Way, Laverne Way to the mountain. The treatments are going to be scheduled every Saturday, weather permitting, from July 10th through 31st, then every other Saturday from August 14th and 28th. We'll treat at night, generally between the hours of 2 a.m. and 7 a.m., again by helicopter, and that is weather permitting depending on the wind. The product we're using is approved for application on organic crops and is registered with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency as well as the California Department of Pesticide and Regulations. The treatments we'll be targeting are for an invasive mosquito found in this area. This is the Aedes aegypti species found in Coachella Valley in 2016, and it's known for taking many painful bites from the hosts. They only fly a short distance, which suggests that there are sources close by in backyards. Sources such as plant saucers, ornamental fountains, and lawn drains. This mosquito can transmit diseases such as dengue and chikungunya. However, it's important to note that there are no diseases currently being transmitted by this mosquito in California. but we would like to keep it that way. And to do so, we would like to reduce the numbers, thereby reducing the risk of getting sick. So why this neighborhood over other neighborhoods? This chart reflects the average mosquito collection numbers in Palm Springs over the last few years. As the temperature rises in the summer, so do mosquito numbers. And eventually they'll peak, which is near September or October in Palm Springs. That red box or red portion is the timing of the application. And what we're trying to do is suppress the mosquito numbers in the summer by treating those sources that they breed in, thereby reducing that peak that comes later in the fall. Another way to look at this, here we have the red dots, which represent where the Aedes mosquito has been trapped by our laboratory staff in 2020. Each time a mosquito gets collected, they make the dot grow. So if you can see, the cylinders are actually the more mosquitoes that are there. So the green represents the route, which is why we chose that specific area, because that is the collection where we had the most mosquitoes. We do have some information available for council or residents. We have created a website specific to Palm Springs, which is cvmosquito.org/Palm Springs. And there you can find dates, product information, and frequently asked questions. We also have a notification list. If we do find a disease in the valley, such as West Nile virus, we'll send it out via email, and you can sign up for that on our website or follow our social media channels as well. That was my update for you, Mayor and Council and staff. If you have any questions, I am available. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Are there any questions from council members? I don't see any. Thank you so much for your work.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last presentation of the evening is from Erica, the Eastern Riverside County Interoperable Communications Authority. We have an update from Under Sheriff Roman. Of the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. I think he's joining us now. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. We're ready for your presentation. Thank you so much for being here.
I'm going to do a quick introduction. I'm going to do a quick introduction for Under Sheriff Ruman, if that's okay. So I'm Carrie Mendoza, Executive Director of the Erica Joint Powers Authority that currently manages your regional radio communication system. It's a 5-system JPA that we launched back in 2008. And Erica has come to a crossroads, and we're here tonight to give you a quick presentation on the option for Erica to join the county PSEC radio system, if you will. Erica has come to a crossroads, as I stated, where we need to either upgrade our current infrastructure and remain a JPA, or look at a more regional system that's county-wide. So I'm going to turn it over to the Undersheriff for a quick presentation, but that's the background. Thank you.
All right, good evening. And just a quick brief on myself. Prior to coming to the Sheriff's Department, I was part of the implementation project with the Marietta Police Department, where I worked just under 27 years. And at the time, we were the first municipal law enforcement agency that joined the PSEC program. So just very quickly, PSEC was initially concepted in 2007 by the county as a regional radio system for both police and fire and pretty much everything public safety. So it went live in 2014, and with the first county agencies, that being the County Sheriff, Probation Department, DA's office, Code Enforcement, and some of the other county entities. And then over the last several years subsequent to that, many of the municipal agencies have since joined. As a matter of fact, all the municipal agencies in the western part of the county have joined the PSEC radio system. And the goal is if you will, it's a radio system that covers the entire county. It reaches into our surrounding counties and even into the state of Arizona on the eastern side of the county, San Bernardino County, Orange County, and Imperial and San Diego County. So it's very, very robust. There's a total of at least 80 cell sites. And if you think of it, it's a large umbrella over the Coachella Valley and covers your existing radio system known as Erica currently. The county has put about $2.7 million of investment of county money with the anticipation that the Erica agencies would one day come on to the public safety radio system. So that gives the what we call a channel expansion. So that way we know there's going to be more users on the system. So you think of all the police and fire agencies there that belong to Erica in the Coachella Valley, special events such as Coachella and other events out there in the valley, large concerts where there's a lot of law enforcement presence. The site capacity for the public safety radio system will be able to accommodate that without any type of busy signals there. So that infrastructure has already been put in place and it's already active as we speak. In addition to that, we did some recent technology upgrades and just completed pretty much at the end of last calendar year, 2020. And the county invested $15 million into the existing system with some additional back-end improvements with the microwave sites. So every single site, all 80 sites within the county have been upgraded to this more recent technology. Like I mentioned, all the sheriff stations in the Coachella Valley and in the Pass area are on the PSEC system. And so, like I said, we have many of the college agencies as well, too. UC Riverside, Riverside Community College, Val Verde Unified School District Police are all on the system. And we have our first fire department joining here next month, and that's the Murrieta Fire Department that is joining PSEC. The governance falls under the Board of Supervisors, but each of the user agencies are part of a steering committee, so they have a say in what the rates are and the coverage area, any of the infrastructure, any of the improvements, and the like. So there is input for every single police and fire agency that's part of the system to have a hand in the decision-making process. And then lastly, we have some grant funding that's available. It's so important to all the police chiefs and the sheriff that we want all the Erica agencies to be on board, that there's an active grant that is put out to law enforcement and fire. And last year, the sheriff and all the police chiefs got together and said, look, we're going to subordinate and not ask for any equipment. We're going to give all that $836,000 to all the Erica agencies so they can purchase end user radio equipment to get them on the system. And then we're going to do it once. They verbally committed. We're going to do it again because we think it's so important. We want everybody on the system. So they went the extra mile by not asking any additional funding for themselves. So really the decision points is really for the city of Palm Springs is when do you want to come on to the system? And that'll come down to how many radios you have to purchase and ultimately what's the best needs for you as a city. But we'd love to have you and which fiscal year doesn't make the most sense. So right now there's a rate discount that the Board of Supervisors implemented. Right now, if you start next July or next week, starting in July, fiscal year 21-22, it's 25% of the rate. Then the following fiscal year, 50%, then 75%, and then 100%. And that's an incentive program that many other agencies have utilized to onboard sooner. But we'd love to have you. So with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Undersheriff and Carrie. Are there any questions from council members or staff?
Question. What is going to be our process for a timeline and making a determination as to whether to move to the PSCC?
That would likely be something we'd want to discuss internally with staff. I'd get with our police chief, probably touch base again with Carrie, make sure we are aware of what some of the other communities are doing, and bring back a proposal for council.
Right. Sounds good.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other questions or comments from council members, so thank you for being here with us tonight.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. So now we're going to take a 5-minute recess and we will come back in 5 minutes. come back from our recess, and the next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. I would like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. First, are there any items that staff would like to pull for separate discussion or vote?
Yes, Mayor, staff would like to pull item 1J. That's a consent item for a contract for communications. I want to emphasize that this is really a procurement issue. So to the extent that the contract is handled differently and administratively, some of those services, especially Spanish language outreach, will continue. You may not see the contract come back depending on how it's amended.
Thank you. And for the public who's listening, can you explain what a procurement issue means?
Yeah, so basically we just have certain protocols for contracts of this size that might require bidding or, collection of estimates, other protocols that weren't followed. So basically we have to go back to the drawing board and do one of two things, change the way we procure the services or change the terms of the contract. So that'll be the discussion that we'll have with the consulting firm.
Thank you. So item 1J will be pulled for possible future discussions. It'll be pulled off the agenda. Is that right? Removed from the agenda.
That is correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner?
Just a question on that. Justin, can you clarify? You said there won't be a lapse in service. I'm just concerned about the need to continue our Spanish language services.
That's precisely why it may not come back, because we'd like to approach the vendor and suggest that we do something at least for those critical services, perhaps on a shorter time frame. And to the extent that that is services that can be within the city manager's procurement threshold, which is $25,000, they would continue administratively. And that would just negate the need to bring the contract back. The intent is to continue, especially those critical services, as soon as possible. So it's either going to come back most likely on your next agenda if it's still over the threshold, or if the adjustments we make bring that contract below the threshold, I would sign it administratively.
Okay, thank you. I just don't want us to go 2 weeks without anything since we've built up a good following.
Understood.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember Garner. Thank you. I completely agree with you. So thank you to the city manager for identifying that issue and for continuing essential services in Spanish. And staff had a recommendation as well in terms of acceptance of the agenda, and that is to do item 5C earlier in the agenda, right?
Correct. We would suggest that we place that item below 2C, which would be the end of the public hearings.
Thank you. Are there any items that any council members would like to pull for separate discussion or no votes? Councilmember Woods.
Can I pull item 1K?
1K. Any other council members? Councilmember Kors.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 1M as in mesquite.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, do you have any items you'd like to pull for separate discussion?
Thank you.
I just wanted to flag, if I can, before, I won't pull it for separate vote to say, but there's item 1G, which is acceptance of the Anderson Children's Fund grant in the amount of $20,000 for the Palm Springs Swim Center. It's $19,910. And I just wanted to applaud Parks and Rec staff and thank them for applying for this grant and for this improvement to the swim center, which will allow us to host a lot more teams and events and services. So just wanted to thank city staff for their excellent work on that. We're silently applauding your work. So can I have a motion to accept the agenda with item 1K and 1M removed for separate discussion, 1J removed from the agenda entirely, and item 5C occurring right after item 2C? Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilmember Corr, seconded by Councilmember Woods. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Corrs.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is report of closed session from the city attorney.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, the City Council met in closed session to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda. There was reportable action taken with regard to the case Philip Brooks versus City of Palm Springs. In that case, the City Council approved by a 5-0 vote a conflict waiver letter, and for the public's benefit, a conflict waiver letter is a letter that is required under California ethics rules for lawyers, and the reason for it is the city attorney's office will be representing both the city as well as the city's employees in that matter, and so that type of letter was required. Other than that, there was no reportable action taken tonight.
Thank you. The next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening, hopefully as close to 9 p.m. as we can. So tonight, the city clerk will be contacting speakers by telephone. City clerk, if you could please begin.
Hoi An Ip, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. I'm Hoi An Ip with the Sierra Club. I have a comment on items 3A. We had emailed you our support for the record-breaking plastics and the single-use reduction ordinance. This is a milestone for SoCal, so I decided to call in to let everyone know that. Thank you, Council, staff, and the Sustainability Commission for your determined leadership. Leadership is a lonely road, so please let the Sierra Club know anytime how we can provide any kind of support in our shared journey. A lot of work was done since the last reading in May. We particularly appreciate the implementation plan with a $325,000 investment on public education, on-site consulting service, sustainability scholarships, and a reusable wear pilot. Very thoughtful. You're building a model for the state and beyond for the benefits of our children and grandchildren. But we'd like to suggest a minor change in the ordinance. Please require reusable napkins for on-site consumption. Everyone understands the importance of conserving paper and trees, but paper napkins are really the item that people tend to take a whole wasteful bunch at a time. On the other hand, cloth napkins can be easily washed by any restaurants. So, on the tangent, I feel like putting my energy hat on. Councilmember Kors, love your energy presentation just now. So, Council, staff, and Sustainability Commission, thank you so much for your leadership. Bye.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and City Council, that was the only public comment for this portion of the meeting. And for those of you who registered to speak for either Well in the Desert item 2B or for non-agenda public comment, we will be contacting you when the public hearing begins, or at or near 9 o'clock for the non-agenda public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you to the person who called in for public comment. We appreciate hearing from you. The next item is City Council and City Manager comments and reports. Are there council members who have reports at this time? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I hadn't raised my hand yet, but I do have a short one.
I saw you unmuted, which also counts as raising your hand.
At the Sunline Board of Directors meeting yesterday, it was announced that Sunline will be returning to their regular schedule on September 6th we'll all be very pleased to have the buses up and running. And in the annual election of a chair and vice chair, Councilmember Glenn Miller from India was elected to be the chair for the next year, and I was elected to be the vice chair of Sunline, the first time someone from Palm Springs has been chair or vice chair in over a decade. So pleased to be able to do that.
Thank you. Did I see Councilmember Garner?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. In my other role on the Desert Regional Medical Center Board, I got to attend a graduation for the residents in our residency program at Desert Regional, which was really nice to see. And so we have some incredible doctors that are hopefully going to stick around here. The other thing is the Brothers of the Desert held an event with our police department, which I attended, and thank you to Black Book for hosting that event. And there was just some really good conversation between the community and our police officers, which was just kind of continuing the conversation that we've been having about race and policing. And so thank you to the Brothers of the Desert, and thank you for our Palm Springs Police for making that event happen. Really appreciate that. And then the other is to say that I've been attending the general plan meetings, and we need a lot more people to provide input. I know that these are our first in-person meetings after 15 months of Zoom, but we will, I'm told, have a Zoom version as well. So if you're uncomfortable coming in person, there will be a Zoom meeting. You can also just go online to I believe it's Palm Springs psgeneralplan.com, and you can fill out a survey. So if you don't want to come to the meeting and sit through it, that's fine. Just fill out a survey and let us know what it is that you want the future of Palm Springs to look like. So this is your opportunity to talk about what infrastructure we might need or updates that we need, if you think we need an additional park in the city, if we need more shade, any other city services. This is really, anytime you've ever complained about the city of Palm Springs, this is your time to share it with us and say this is what else is needed in Palm Springs. So I really encourage you to participate in that. And if you already have, pick up the phone and call five of your friends and have them participate. We really want to make this a robust process for our residents. And if you see me at 4th of July events, I will probably bother you and ask you many of these same questions. So I hope to hear from many of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kors. Thank you. City Manager, City Staff, do you have any reports at this time?
I have one, Mayor and Council. Just a reminder, since we're talking about 4th of July, that the city has lots of fun activities planned. So there's going to be lots of water games and movies and hot dogs and police and fire vehicles out for the kids to see. And of course, we have a headline act with a laser show and fun music. So hope to see lots of community members out at those fun events. And then also want to make sure that council and the community knows the county has been working. There's some information on 4th of July coming up. County has been working on setting up a cooling shelter, and that looks like it is coming together. So that is proposed to be operated by Martha's Village and Kitchen. It is a little bit of a fast push to try to get that up and running as close to the 1st of July as possible. It might be a few days into the month, but that will be located at the United Methodist Church on Alejo. And so happy to see those services coming, as we know it is certainly hot outside.
Councilmember Kors.
Great, thank you. And just for the city manager and for the public, my understanding is that will be a 24/7 operation, so with services, which we've never had, I believe, in Palm Springs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to city staff for their work on all the 4th of July events. I know our community is very excited. I'm really excited and can't choose and trying to figure out how to go to all of them. So thank you. I think it'll be a really fun day of celebration. I just have a few updates. I attended the CVAG, Coachella Valley Association of Governments Homelessness Committee. Thank you to Greg Rodriguez with the
Supervisor Perez's office for all his work getting a 24-hour cooling center in Palm Springs this summer that connects people to housing and to services. We appreciate your work on that. And I attended a few events. So we had the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce had their installation luncheon, the first event back in our convention center. You saw our grand opening there. We had 260 people for that luncheon, and I was able to give a state of the city update for everyone there. And there will be a formal state of the city coming this fall. And I also had the privilege of attending the Palm Springs International Short Fest, and that is one of the first film festivals back in person, and welcoming hundreds of people to attend that event, and also young filmmakers and new filmmakers. And it's great to see that as a 27th year that event has been in Palm Springs. So with that, the next item is consent calendar. So I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the following items removed for separate discussion, and that is item 1K and 1M, and then 1J removed from the agenda. So can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Can we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The first item that was pulled for separate discussion on the consent calendar is item 1K. That is to approve amendment number 2 to an agreement with GL, the Very Best Services, LLC, for social media strategy and web management services. Councilmember Woods, you pulled this item.
Certainly. The reason I pulled this is I'm concerned that we have one particular commission that has its own social media kind of liaison versus it under the umbrella of the city's website. And I know the Arts Commission has lobbied for this. It's the only commission that really has money to spend. It seems unfair to the other commissions that one commission would have this kind of advantage over another commission. And there's been some kind of rough edges on how they produce the information and the coordination with our communication director here in the city of Palm Springs. So with that, I think we did give them an opportunity to try it out. I'm just not sure that I'm ready to extend the contract. I'd like to see it rolled in as part of our overall strategy that we'll hopefully have this fall to understand how we want to do social media and social media outreach, make it equitable for everyone, and how it's under the umbrella of the entire city of Palm Springs.
Thank you. Councilmember Kors.
Great. Thank you. I had one is, if we do move forward, and this is really more for the city attorney, this seems out of the current ordinance, which I think we've discussed needs some amendments. To spend Arts Commission money, it can be spent for administration, but it doesn't seem it would be spent for this. And so if we do move forward, I'd rather see, until we do fix the ordinance, that we do this from the general fund, not from their money, unless the city attorney thinks it's appropriate use of the funds under our current ordinance. So, Mr. Ballinger, if you could.
Yes, I think that that would be appropriate to, if it is approved, to have it come from the general fund, not the arts fund.
Okay. Thank you. And a little bit following up on Councilmember Woods, I do think we need to figure out how we're going to work with all our commissions. I think our staffing and communications, I think we've been talking about for 5 years. It was like our first priority in our strategic plan in 2016 to increase that. And I prefer, that we hire people to work for the city at good paying jobs with benefits rather than consultants overall. I don't want to end the current, obviously there's some work happening, but maybe, I don't know how long the city manager feels he would need to be ready to make some recommendations to us. But I don't know if we need till December 2021 at this point. I mean, so you have a recommendation on that? Because I would like us to look at this in context of what we're doing, as Councilmember Wood said, with all of our commissions, to make sure, one person might be able, staff person might be able to handle social media for all of our commissions. And so I just wanted your input on that, Mr. Clift.
Yeah, Councilmember Coors, I think it would take at least a few months to come up with some concrete recommendations and engage council, especially with the dark period coming in just about a month. And really, even if there was a plan to hire additional staff, I would say we would likely need at least another 3 months, if not 4, to engage in a recruitment process and actually hire and onboard those staff. So there's probably not much likelihood of having internal capacity within the next 6 months, and possibly beyond that, depending on how carefully we scrutinize our communications programs and how elaborate a plan we might create before entering into, recruiting staff.
Just one other question. Does this contract, given it's $63,000 now, sort of follow the procurement process since something was pulled for being more than $25,000? It's an additional 18 to an existing contract, but have we done these in increments to get to 63 a year without going through the procurement process? Since we pulled another item for that reason tonight, I want to make sure we're being consistent.
Councilman Coors, I believe this item is not the $63,000 item. It's the total contract would be $23,500. Item one.
Is that the next?
Yes, item one.
I was getting ahead of myself.
Would be the
Okay.
$63,000 item.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
This is for $9,000 for a total contract amount of $23,500. So this is under the city manager's approval level, but why is it coming to city council? Because it's a separate arts commission fund approval?
That's correct. If you look at the enabling ordinance establishing the Arts Commission, it suggests that at least for art and maintenance, and I think, by the spirit of that policy, anything else that flows, regardless of amount, comes to City Council. I know that's something that the Arts Commission would like to reconsider in perhaps amending that ordinance, but until then, that really means virtually any expense from the Arts Commission will come to Council.
Thank you. For that reason, I support changing the ordinance as well as what has already been said. Councilmember Middleton, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. If this is moving back to being a general fund expenditure, as suggested by Councilmember Coors, then it would appear that this falls under the city manager's authority. So can we simply move it to being general fund item and then let the city manager make the decision as to what's appropriate to proceed?
And just for clarification, that's absolutely correct. If council ultimately decides to use another source of funds, while the enabling ordinance is really speaking to the Arts Commission, I'd maybe look to the city attorney. I think it's a reasonable interpretation that if this is an administrative initiative instead, that it would not require council approval.
That's correct.
I don't want to jump the gun on anyone else, but that's a motion I would make.
Thank you. So a motion to approve the amendment with the agreement in an amount not to exceed $9,000, but allocate it from the general fund and send it to the city manager under his general discretion, or is it a different motion?
You got it.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? I will second it. Is there any further discussion?
I do. Can we just give some clarification on where the money for the Arts Commission comes from and why they have so much more?
Councilmember, the Arts Commission receives a percentage of developer fees. So this was an initiative when the Arts Fund was established to create more public art opportunities, either by the city, the Public Arts Commission, or by the developer. So these are fees imposed on development projects. There are a few exemptions, I believe, that for projects that don't have to pay, but the majority of projects being approved by the city do require paying an arts fee for new construction.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
I think this is a perfect example of what I would call scope creep, where you start out with something very low that seems very modest and reasonable, and it can completely, and it bypasses our procurement process even for that's under $25,000. And I really would like to see this type of stuff go through our procurement process so that it's competitive and gives a competitive edge to those businesses that are located here in Palm Springs.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Can I get clarification on the motion? The motion is to take it from the general fund and then leave it in the city manager's hands.
Right. As long as it doesn't exceed $25,000 for a year,
right. And
it, with the understanding, will be brought back with some options by the end of the year on how we're going to move forward with those issues. If that's right by the motion maker and the seconder. That's how I understood it. Okay.
Thank you. And I will say I agree with the comments that have been made. I really appreciate the Art Commission's work, and I think they're doing excellent work here. I know sometimes when we pull items for commissions, they think the opposite of that. And so I appreciate that they've been really proactive to make this type of work happen. I know when I was on a commission at the Human Rights Commission, we had a really hard time, sharing information on the website or on social media about our work. So I do think that this work is important. And I agree that we should have a comprehensive media strategy and talk about what should be in-house, what should be consultants, and what the process should be, since just keeps coming up about the work that we need to do with outreach and media. So there's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, and I seconded it. So can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item that was pulled for separate discussion on the consent calendar is item 1M. This is a recommendation to approve agreement number 2 with Scene Creative LLC in an amount not to exceed $18,000 for a total contract amount of $63,000 for project management and consulting services. And there was a question, staff, if you could explain the term of time that the $63,000 has been for, and more details about the amount, please.
Madam Mayor, as you can see in the report, the extension is to extend the time through the end of December 2021. This contract, and I'm going by memory here, it was initiated, I believe, around 2019 when the contractor actually was also the artist of a particular project that was used and put on display at different places in the city. This is the Felt Eye project. And so the artist, Scene Creative, was required to manage that art piece and repair it as it was quite fragile. So over time, the contract had been extended for that. This contractor was also brought on to manage the Art Commission's CARES program, where when the pandemic hit, there was a desire to implement artworks throughout the city. This includes the benches, the windows, the murals. And so Scene Creative's scope was expanded to manage all the artists submitting proposals and the awards for those artists to have the artworks produced on Palm Springs properties.
Thank you. So that means $63,000 since 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Kors?
Great, thank you. So I pulled this. That would still be more than $25,000 a year. So did this ever go out to bid, or we just keep on adding to something that's getting us, again, we just pulled something because it was $40,000. without going through procurement. So did this ever go through procurement? Because there's no contract. We don't really know the date it started or how much. We know 18,000 for 6 months seems like it's, and if they've already been working, it's going to be over 25,000 for 12 months. So I just want us to be consistent in what we're doing, right? So I understand the need for these services, but.
Councilmember Coors, I do not believe it did go through a procurement process. However, what I would want to explore is the need for sole source, given that the original art piece this consultant was brought on for was the creator of the art piece. So I think I would want to explore that with our procurement rules.
So, Mr. Frater, just sole source for one piece, but now it's doing 50 neighborhood pieces, right? So that ended, or that's just a little piece of this. So maybe the city attorney, city manager can weigh in on this.
And City Attorney, if you could just go over the general rules so the public can understand what we're discussing about the rules for procurement and the rules for the city manager's authority, just generally, so that we all understand that, please.
Sure, absolutely. So generally, under state law, cities have pretty broad flexibility with regard to processes for obtaining services for personal services such as this. The city has adopted an ordinance that governs how we obtain personal services as well as public works. This is personal services. And generally requires that we obtain a number of quotes from different sources before we bring forward a contract, either for approval by the city manager or if it's over the city manager's threshold to city council. What's not in the staff report is exactly what that process was. As Mr. Virata mentioned, under both state law as well as the city's ordinance, if services can really only practically be obtained from a single source, either because of their unique skill, knowledge, or experience, or because of something peculiar to the work, then that's called sole sourcing, and that does not need to go through the process of obtaining quotes. Because it's not in the staff report, and it sounds like staff is not aware of what the background is, it might be advisable for council to pull this and have it come back at a future date so that we can bring you that information.
So what would be the difference between the last item and this item? Why would we not be able to go forward?
The last item was actually a lower threshold, number one. So we would have to look at that distinction, and this, I think it's really obvious in situations where you have a complete scope of work and try to break it down into pieces just to come in under a threshold. This one that is iterative, and it's generally under the auspices of a program, but the program certainly has lots of individual components to it and individual pieces of art. So it's not quite as clear as it would be in another situation where you were deliberately trying to break up a contract into pieces, so to speak. But I think we'd want to look at both issues.
Thank you. And for the city attorney, so what is the amount in the city ordinance about procurement that we have to go out to bid?
For public services, I believe the amount is $25,000.
Thank you.
And the last item, I believe, was a total of 23. So despite the fact that that was in two pieces, was below that threshold.
Thank you. Will that delay the work of the Arts Commission if this is pulled for that analysis?
We are about to actually go dark with the Arts Commission, but I will double check with our new chair to see what the scope and schedule of work was anticipated for this. So, I would say there may be a slight hiccup in the workflow because the solicitation and award of contracts is ongoing, but it may not be too substantial that we won't be able to catch up.
Thank you. And it seems like just some information is missing here, and we don't have the Arts Commission to advise us. So we just have the scope of services in general, and then the staff report doesn't quite explain the contract and the amounts and the scope of work. So yeah, I think it would be important to work with the Arts Commission so that all that information can be shared with council. Councilmember Kors.
Thank you. Just one other point that I was going to raise on this, which is, again, I just request that as we look at these, obviously this fits under, appropriate expenses because it's clearly administration. But I tend to prefer that we do these things with employees, right, who are work for the city. And obviously we don't have the staff at the moment, which is why they need this consultant, which I understand. They couldn't have done a lot of the work without someone doing it, and we're stretched thin in that department. But as we look at hiring and how we're going to work through economic and community development, I'd like to see, to the extent we can, that we're bringing these as as employees of the city, based in Palm Springs and working for the city as opposed to consulting firms. And I know that'll take time, so I don't expect that to happen instantly by any means. So I'd make a motion that we continue this item.
Thank you. Do you want to continue it to a date uncertain? Do we need to, can we bring it back to the next council member meeting? Staff, what's your recommendation?
I think our goal would be to bring it back at the next council meeting.
I was going to make a date certain just if they needed more time, but ideally, yes, the next council meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion? I just will, again, thank the Arts Commission and Team Creative, who I'm actually a big fan of, Sarah Scheidemann. And she grew up in Palm Springs and is an artist herself and is doing important work for the community. And I agree with Councilmember Kors. Let's think through what should be staff jobs, what are better, jobs in-house, and then what are the contracting services that we want to give to, local artists or local people or local companies. I agree with you. We should have that conversation. So there is a motion and a second. Can we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstech.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 2A, a public hearing to consider a request to amend the final development plans for the Palm Springs Hotel, formerly known as the Ondogs Hotel, to remove the spa and replace it with 14 additional guest rooms for a total of 164-room hotel located at 414 North Palm Canyon Drive. Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So as you mentioned, this is an amendment to a previously approved Plan Development District, PD 324. So as a bit of background, this project has gone back to 2006 when it was originally approved for a mixed-use project consisting of residential condos with ground floor commercial and retail. Subsequent to that, we've had a couple of amendments that were approved in 2011 for a request to change it from a condominium project to a 175-room hotel. And then in 2014, the approval that was most recently granted to the property was for a 150-room hotel and ground floor retail. That project was started construction. They did start construction on that 2014 approval back in 2016, and as you all know, this project has ceased operation for a number of years now. So what you see here on the screen is kind of an overview of that project site and the surrounding vicinity. As you know, a number of buildings have been constructed for multiple stories. So the amendment before you this evening is to modify a portion of the project. Specifically at the southeast corner of the development, there is a request to replace the spa and fitness area with additional guest rooms on the second floor. as well as add guest rooms on levels 3 and 4 above. There are also some minor revisions proposed to the south, east, and north elevations, so I'll go through that now. As you can see here on the screen, the site plan showing the property as it abuts the 3 streets. On the right side of the screen is the southeast corner where the proposed changes are being considered tonight, and those are where the fitness center and the spa are located. So on the second floor, you can see on the left side of the screen the previous approval back in 2015, showing the various spa and fitness areas, as well as some rooms near the bottom of the screen. And then on the right is the proposed revision showing the new layout of the hotel rooms that are being proposed, the additional rooms. As it goes up on the third floor, you can see here they have added another block of rooms on the right side with the proposed revision. So that does modify slightly the building envelope at that location. The setbacks do remain the same or have increased from the Indian Canyon frontage. While there is a slightly larger portion of the building at that location, the setbacks are a little bit more from Indian. So looking at it in elevation view, at the top of the screen is the previous approval in 2015. The proposed revision before you at the southeast corner is on the bottom. You can see that generally the form of the building remains consistent, and they have improved some additional elevation, some additional components of the elevation, which I'll go through here in just a moment. But as you can see here, there's at the southeast corner of the building is largely the same. On the south elevation at the southeast corner, the previous approval is shown here at the top, and then the proposed revision on the bottom, largely the same. Height is consistent with the previous approval at 57 feet maximum. And so the Planning Commission reviewed this on 2 occasions recently. First on May 26th, when the Commission continued the matter to the June 9th meeting, and the Commission requested that the applicant address some of the massing concerns, or some concerns related to massing at this corner of the building. The Commission felt there was too much bulk and there lacked some consistency with the design of the rest of the building along this frontage. They asked that the applicant consider a step back and improving the articulation. And then they asked that they really take another look at the design of this portion as it relates to the harmony of the rest of the building, and asked that the applicant consider leaving the current configuration with the spa and instead just replacing it with rooms. So the applicant made some revisions, and then at June 9th meeting, the Commission recommended conditional approval of the project. But it was under the term that a subcommittee of the Planning Commission review some additional changes to the project, and then that could be recommended to Council for approval. So there was a subcommittee that the Planning Commission that did meet on June 10th, and at that meeting, so that was the day after the Planning Commission approved it, they provided some direction to the applicant related to the elevation changes that were being proposed, and really got into some of the specific details on the elevations, and really gave some good direction to the applicant to address some of the design concerns. And so that subcommittee consisted of Commissioner J.R. Roberts and Commissioner Maria Song. And on June 16th, the subcommittee did recommend approval after reviewing revisions that the applicant made. So some of those changes, or some direction that they've given the applicant as a part of their conditional recommendation, related to making some changes to the east elevation relating to adding some screening, a wall and planting screen in front of the pedestrian ramps that are proposed. You see here on the right side of the screen in the rendering on the screen that you have here. So they've added some additional materials there to address that concern. They've asked that the applicant replace the stacked stone material with white plaster in the center of the building underneath the trapezoid element, and remove the breeze block on the north face of the stair tower, which you can see they've done in this rendering. So previously, this rendering showed the stair tower with a breeze block on that north side. So that has been changed. On the north elevation, they've asked that they make some minor changes to the eyebrow elements that are shown on that elevation, as well as include varying heights of plant materials in front of a large blank wall, or alternatively consider using that space for a mural. So those are the changes to the east and north elevations that the applicant is addressing. And then the last two comments were that the applicant install additional benches at the street corners of Alejo and Indian and Alejo and Palm Canyon, and that they provide an additional low composition wall within the pedestrian corridor, which you can see here on the screen, that draws people from Indian Canyon Drive to the Palm Canyon side of the project, or the main entry. So those conditions we've included as a part of the draft resolution that we have attached to your report, Attachment C. Staff has made findings, and the commission has recommended the findings that are required to amend the final development plan, and those are shown on page 8 of your report. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Newell, for that very good report. Is the applicant and the Planning Commission now essentially in consensus as to, or in agreement as to how to proceed?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, they have agreed, and the changes that the subcommittee has recommended, they all agree with.
Right. And this may be a question for the applicant, but will approval of these changes delay, speed up, or have a neutral effect on the completion of the project?
I don't believe it will have any delay on the completion of the project. I believe they have already made a majority of these changes and incorporated it into the design. So, but I'll let the applicant confirm that.
Thank you. Other questions for city staff? Councilmember Woods.
No, thank you. What did they replace the breeze block with?
The breeze block, so at the most recent subcommittee meeting, they had the same breeze block design shown on that north tower, or the north face of the tower, that they're showing on the east face of the tower. So the subcommittee felt that that was too much for the design. And so the recommendation was to remove that and just replace it with simple white plaster to match the rest of the project.
All of the breeze block, or just the lower portion at the pedestrian? I'm sorry, I'm just confused.
Yeah, we can, if I can pull up the exhibits, it might be easy to just point it out. So, so you see the breeze block that's shown here. They also had this on this side of the tower in their exhibits that they reviewed. So those are shown as attachments. Yeah.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. That was really helpful. I didn't understand that before. Other questions for staff? Seeing none, I would like to open the public hearing. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes to provide their testimony, and the public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, if you could please begin with the applicant.
And PSC TV, I believe the applicant should be in the waiting room.
I would like to open. Thank you. Welcome. Please mute yourselves as you're joining. And if you're watching the council meeting, please mute it so we don't have to hear the echo.
And the
So to the applicant.
The applicant has 5 minutes to provide your presentation, and you can begin immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Holst. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Mayor Holstage, council members, my name is Brian Marcelli. I'm with Hall Group. We are the developers of the Thompson Hotel that will be located at 414 North Palm Canyon Road. I just want to start by saying Don Braun, who many of y'all have met either in person or via Zoom, was unable to attend. He just had a pre-existing travel that he had to partake in. So I do want to start by saying thanks for the city planning department, specifically Flynn, David, and Edward, along with the commissioners and subcommittee members, Commissioner Roberts and Commissioner Song. I think Hall Group, we believe that with their guidance, we're delivering a more thoughtful, a more engaging, and a more luxurious property. And with that, to answer your question earlier about schedule, right now with the approval tonight would be a net neutral schedule impact. We're still scheduled to break ground here fourth quarter of this year, but actually we're looking at scopes of work in which we can bring forward. We have a contractor that we've engaged. We've identified a scope of work such as with the model room focus there is critical path for us, along with some remedial work that's got to take place. As you can understand, a project that's been sitting idle for, close to 18 months requires some remediation and some repairs. So they're actively engaged, and we'll be pursuing that activity, along with just general drying activities that we can commence now just to further eliminate any additional wear and tear on the property. And so we're excited to have Thompson Hotels engaged as our partner. We think with their input, we're really, as it stands with this property, we're really just engaged or responding to the market, but also our operator. We've made it a more efficient hotel. We've engaged, the community by relocating the arrival sequence that really was happening at the level 2 to ground level. We've got a 3-meal curated restaurant that are synonymous with the Thompson brand that will be actively or provide activation there at level 1 upon your arrival, with also kind of a day-night bar, coffee bar scenario. So again, just actively engaging patrons that are in the downtown district, but also guests of the hotel. And then, as we say, we've relocated the spa. We are actively engaged with numerous, at least 3, I should say, well-known spa operators, and we've identified locations for them at ground level. We think it's a better experience. One, draws from and will engage the public, but also our guests as well. And so having it located remotely on level 2, it just, as a hotel operator, we're looking for that friction-free experience, whether it's valet to check-in to experience any of the amenities. And we really think that by relocating both the lobby there at level 1, the restaurant there at level 1, along with spa, does just that. and provides a better product, not just for our patrons, but also those that are there in Palm Springs. So that's really the gist of the changes. Again, we've been working diligently with Planning Commission. Can answer any questions that you have, but we're really excited to move forward with the project. And again, we've noted it was we're actively engaged with, like I said, the contractor. We do have a tight timeline. We do want to open by this time, or really by fourth quarter of 2022, just to not miss that season. And so with that said, that's really our focus. So glad to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. So next in the public hearing, we will go to public comment. City Clerk, are there any public comments at this time?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment for this public hearing.
Thank you. And then the applicant, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you would like.
I am the applicant.
Yes, would you like to use your 2 minutes as...
Yeah, I'm fine. No, I just appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Not much to rebut, but I wanted to make sure you had the opportunity to speak. So there being no other speakers, the public hearing is now closed. So for council members, are there questions or comments that you have either for city staff or for the applicant? We can split it up wherever you would like to start. So who would like to begin? Councilmember Woods.
I would just begin by saying I'd like to make a motion to move the item. And with that, I want to thank the Hall Group for working with our Planning Commission to make the changes that were requested and finding a pro forma that works to get this built. I think our biggest concern, or at least my personal biggest concern, is that we see this be built in a manner that really respects our city, activates our city, and enlivens our city. And I think you've got all the tools to do that. I just would like to see you follow through. So thank you.
Thank you. So there's a motion to approve and adopt the resolution as in the staff report. There is a second. Is there further discussion? Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I would have been happy to either move the motion or second it, but simply want to thank the Planning Commission, thank the Hall Group, and remind the Hall Group as to just how uncertain the public is that this project will actually get completed, and everything that you can do to reassure all of us that you are on schedule and moving forward will be a benefit to you and to us.
Councilmember Kors.
Yeah, I'll echo the thanks, and also just having seen this project over, I think, 6 years on council, this is the most optimistic I have been, and I really appreciate the whole group stepping in and investing and really moving this as quickly as you have. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, thank you for, like our colleagues have said, bringing this project and revitalizing this project. You've taken on one of the most, if not the very most important project in the city of Palm Springs. That's a really important intersection. And the community is anxious to see this completed, as are we. So we look forward to you following your construction timelines and getting this done and on time. We appreciate your work doing that and working with us to really make sure this is an excellent project, because not only do we want to see it get done, but we want to see it get done in the standards that Palm Springs is known across the world for. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to supporting this motion and the project itself. So can we have a roll call vote, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. The next item is item 2B, a public hearing to consider the conditional use permit extension for Well in the Desert located at 441 South Calle in Cilia. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I'm going to lead things off this evening. Like you said, this is really, we're bringing to you consideration of delaying the revocation of the existing CUP for Well in the Desert at their current location. You recall that back in March, staff first came to council to have a periodic review of the CUP. That item was ultimately extended to April, where council gave direction to revoke the CUP and directed staff to consider alternative locations for the operation. That was on April 22nd, and the designated date for that revocation was June 30th. So that left just a little over 2 months to consider relocating the program. At the same time, council directed staff to really attempt not just to relocate the program, but ultimately to try to improve services, enhance services, create greater accountability, and improve outcomes. Those outcomes really being transitioning people from being unsheltered and ultimately finding housing for people. So we came back to council last meeting, June 10th, to discuss some of the conceptual considerations for an agreement and got more direction from council, including really enhancing a partnership that has existed historically between Well in the Desert and Martha's Village and Kitchen. And we've been working pretty closely with those partners to try to accomplish an enhanced role for Martha's, which is really a quite larger and more well-established operation, and one that provides more of the wraparound services that are more likely to create the kinds of outcomes that council has been looking for. So there are a couple of factors at this point that make it very difficult to complete the move, especially with the enhanced services. One of those is really just the tight timeline to begin with. The other is that ultimately Martha's is also working to open the cooling center for the county, and that's really taking quite a lot of their time between now and early July when that's expected to open. And again, the attempt to enhance services, to add more substance to the agreement has just created a need to go back and negotiate more of those terms with the providers. So that's really where the recommendation to extend the CUP, or to be more technically accurate, to delay revocation of the permit until late September. That said, I can understand with the substantial community conversation going on with the service. Certainly we know and hear from residents and businesses in the area of the existing location for Well in the Desert that there's mounting frustration about some of the secondary impacts associated with the location. Again, I'll emphasize that those are things we're trying to improve as we enhance services, but there's been long-standing frustration about the services in the existing location. We also know that there has been quite a lot of back and forth, and frankly, what I would describe as unfortunate bad faith kinds of public conversations, and including regular due diligence provided by council and this consideration as we enter into a new contract. It's one thing to issue a conditional use permit to a provider. It's a whole other thing to provide public property. So council has directed staff appropriately to vet Well in the Desert as an organization. We've gotten a number of accusations from members of the community that council has asked staff to look into. So all of those are really factors in not being fully prepared to relocate services and meet that June 30th timeframe. So you have the option to extend, understanding that there is significant interest in relocating the services, enhancing this partnership, elevating Martha's as a key role player in that partnership. We may have opportunities to discuss, if it's council's pleasure, some alternatives to the September 30th date that would include just moving it up, perhaps until the end of August. Given that you go dark in August, it's hard to move a date much closer than that unless council wanted to consider something like designating this delay to occur not later than the end of August or until such time as the boxing club, which is the preferred relocation, is operational or ready to be operational. Similarly, you might consider other things that could be delegated to the staff level, including ultimately executing an agreement to locate at the boxing club, so that we could avoid the milestone of coming back to council. Consider that whenever we do that, let's say it was end of July, the providers really can't begin making the plans in earnest to procure new equipment and do the kinds of things that are necessary to get the boxing club up and running until such time that an agreement is signed. So again, I'm only looking for ways that we might expedite the relocation to minimize the extended time on the CUP if it's council's pleasure to extend it. And those are things that we're happy to discuss in more detail this evening. We also have representatives of both the Well in the Desert and Martha's available should you have questions of them. So with that, I'll pause and see if you have any initial questions.
Thank you so much. Are there questions for city staff before we open the public hearing? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Clifton, could you describe what the services are going to be that Martha's will be providing at the Methodist Church, and when are those expected to begin?
My understanding is that is intended to be a 24-hour operation that would include some wraparound services, but due to the limited capacity of that facility, it's really one where, opposed to a drop-in facility that is open for anyone who can be accommodated, the church is really intended to be a service where one would sign up, is vetted, is allowed to enter, but then when the capacity is full, it's full. My understanding is that capacity is somewhere between 30 and 40 persons, whereas total population served at Well in the Desert currently could be 130 or even upwards of 160, as I've been told, on some days. So really, we're talking about the difference between kind of drop-in services, meals, showers. It is also a touch point at those drop-in services where people can be introduced to things like casework or employment services. The goal when we relocate the service and elevate the partnership with Martha's is to extend those wraparound services, but they do function somewhat differently given that limited capacity that occurs at the shelter.
Right. You mentioned the possibility of granting authority to staff to conclude an agreement for the boxing club this evening. Could that be an agreement that would be strictly with Martha's?
Yes, it could, and at this point, given the direction we've already received from staff, it would be my recommendation and frankly a cleaner agreement if it existed between the city and only one provider, and that would be Martha's. I would expect, given the partnership that has endured to this point between Well in the Desert and Martha's, that the Well would be a part of the ultimate service. But what I would suggest is the preferred arrangement in that case is that the city contracts with Martha's, and Martha's can contract with the Well or other providers as sub-consultants or sub-service providers.
Right. If we do not extend the CUP or delay the revocation of the CUP, what alternatives do we have for the individuals that are currently receiving services at the Well, particularly given the heat of the summer?
I might ask Community and Economic Development Director Verada to expand on that a little bit. My understanding is there are other places for meals. There are some public and other facilities that can be used at least for brief periods of time for cooling and for water. Some of the showers and other services might be more difficult. I'd see if, Jay, can you expand on that?
Yes, Mr. City Manager. The showers are really one of the items that are unique to the Well in the Desert's operations. There will be 2 other cooling centers in operation in the city of Palm Springs. If the Well is not able to operate a cooling center, unfortunately, there are no cooling centers in Desert Hot Springs or Cathedral City this year, so Palm Springs really does bear the the burden in case of keeping individuals cooled. Food resources are available at other locations. In fact, where the shelter is being planned that we've been discussing is actually where the well volunteers to assist with Saturday meal distributions. So that's at the Methodist Church. And as we know, I think we heard from our convention center staff earlier today that the Fine Food Bank will continue to operate at the convention center. And as well, we're trying to find out their status for continuing to operate at James O. Jesse right now. They let us know they should have a final decision on their capabilities by next week. So there are some other alternatives for individuals to go to for food, snacks, water. However, when it comes to the showers, and that would not be available.
I have a very long list of other questions that are related to some of the allegations that have been brought forward, but before getting into those, I'd like to defer to my colleagues for any other questions they have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll come back to you. First, if I can ask just a follow-up question. So, Jay, you spoke about food, but actually one of the conditions is that the applicant's prohibited from providing meal service at the facility. And my understanding is the Well in the Desert uses churches and other locations throughout the city to provide meals separate and apart from this cooling center. So can you explain how that works at that site and how it might work at the boxing club?
Yes, Mayor. Food includes snack packages and water. So those are what's made available to cooling centers to distribute when the cooling centers are operating. The Well in the Desert also provides packaged food for individuals to take with them. So they're not serving food at the facility, but they are giving individuals food to take with them when they leave the facility.
Thank you. At the city's other cooling sites, are there also water, bottled water, and snacks like that?
Yes, there are.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kors, I think you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two questions, somewhat from things that were representations made by Well in the Desert Board President and Vice President in the Desert Sun in the article I read today. And maybe this first one is for Mr. Ferrata, and then I think the second one may be for the city attorney. But just to quote, what was said was that there are issues with the building that are the real reason why we delayed this at the last meeting. And just the quote was, council created their own narrative to bring up our finances, and they focused on finances because they didn't know how else to recognize that. Staff came to them and said, oh my gosh, we can't move them, we're not ready. So they had to make it about something, and that's what they did, Naylor said. That was news to me. No one on council ever told me any of that. So when did they tell council that there was this major issue with the building that wouldn't allow them to move in? Or when did they tell staff that?
They did an inspection of the building, and they claimed there were code violations with the electrical panel. And so our facilities staff let us know that they would investigate the panel after the current tenants move out. So just for convenience and not to inconvenience anyone, our facility staff will take a look at the condition of the electrical panel.
And I might just add, if I can, and again, I don't want to exacerbate what already seems like a tense exchange, and certainly not one that occurs in the newspaper or on social media or elsewhere, but our team has worked very hard to try to make the transition, the logistics of the transition. I recall days after council gave direction to pursue the boxing club that there were conversations between Mr. Verada and our maintenance team about costing out modular units. Both of us personally went on a tour of the facility so we could see it with our own eyes and inspect the general condition. To examine possibilities for fencing and what might be consistent with code or not consistent with code. So it is frustrating, and this is the reference that I made to the unfortunate kind of bad faith discussion. We've tried to pursue reasonable due diligence and vetting to prepare for this transition. It's just evidence that somehow we can't seem to get on the same page and just pursue the natural kind of due diligence and vetting. And unfortunately, it's turned into a little bit of ugliness.
Thank you. So just if I can confirm with the city manager, there was no discussion or with council about the electricity being an issue and that's subterfuge for the issues we raised, as was quoted in the newspaper.
That's right. That hasn't happened. In fact, it's been only just very recently that I even heard about these issues.
Yeah, okay, thank you. The other question I have, which I asked a couple weeks ago and I didn't hear from Well in the Desert on it, but I did see in the paper that they explained that they give staff stipends of $700 twice a month to people, and that's allowed, even though it's well under minimum wage, because they're training them. My understanding of California labor law, I haven't practiced for many years, but I have done some research since I saw that in the paper today, is that that's illegal to pay people under minimum wage claiming it's training unless it's part of a school program and an educational program. And I think under federal law, it's not allowed either. So I know the city attorney, you were going to look into that, given that was news to us that that's what they were doing. But I'm a little concerned that they report no staff salaries and yet are paying people below California minimum wage law to be their staff.
Councilmember Coors, your statement of the law with regard to training or interns is correct. Generally, under California law, unless the worker is receiving some sort of scholastic credit for the work that they're doing as a trainee or an intern, they aren't truly an intern and they should be paid prevailing wages. I've also heard these workers characterized as volunteers. Under the law, a volunteer is really somebody who's working without contemplation of receipt of compensation and doing kind of part-time work that isn't displacing what would normally be done by a regular employee. And based on what I understand of the operations there, they probably do not qualify as volunteers either.
And I would assume that would apply for all of these folks, including their security staff, who are getting stipends, it appears.
Correct. And I should clarify, while the enforcement of these things is not typically an issue for the city, if we're talking about entering into an agreement with the Well in the Desert, it is something that I would think most public agencies in the city would want to vet and be aware of.
Okay. I just want to ask those before so they have a chance to respond to that. And that's all I have for questions at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Wood.
This is a question for the city attorney. We've been informed that maybe the registry had expired. Could you explain, if it has, what that means and what the ramifications of that are?
Yes. So under California law, nonprofit charitable organizations are required to maintain their registry with at the state level. And it's our understanding, based on looking at the filings, that they have not maintained their registry, and they are about to be delinquent. They're actually delinquent on their registry of charitable trust detail. The last one was filed in 2017, and they would be required to file their 2018 and 2019 registry as quickly as possible. If they don't, then that status could be revoked by the state, and they would then be barred from doing any activities within the state.
That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
And if I can ask a follow-up, so barred from activities from the state as a charitable trust, meaning as a nonprofit, or can you explain more what that means?
Correct. It's really with regard to being able to accept donations. They could possibly still be able to operate. They just wouldn't be able to operate as a charitable organization, which it's my understanding they're holding themselves out to be at this moment, and that would affect donations and taxability of their donations.
Thank you. Other questions for city staff before we open the public hearing? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Bellinger, I believe your office did a review of publicly available tax information regarding the well in the desert. What did you find?
Correct. So we looked at both the IRS, the state franchise tax board records, the Secretary of State, and as I just mentioned, the Registry of Charitable Trust, which is at the state level. With regard to the IRS filings, it appears that the last annual information return that was filed in 2018, and so it appears that they have not filed 2019 and 2020 returns. With regard to the Franchise Tax Board, it appears that they also have not filed for for the last 2 years, and that their ability to operate would be revoked if it's not filed for 3 consecutive years. They do remain in good standing with the Secretary of State as just a corporation. And then finally, as I mentioned, with the Registry of Charitable Trust, they have not filed since 2017, and that is currently delinquent and could be revoked.
It is my understanding that their conditional use permit is the conditional use permit for a drop-in center, a daytime center. And I do not recall that at any time they received approval to be a overnight facility. What we've now learned is that there are multiple properties that are being operated by the well for either rental homes or an overnight shelter. Does a nonprofit organization have an obligation to fully describe all of the operations that they're involved in?
Certainly with regard to that specific site, they would be required to explain all of their operations. I suppose if they were doing operations at other sites and those operations were otherwise allowed at those other sites, they wouldn't necessarily need to disclose that, at least legally. But again, that assumes those other operations are otherwise legal.
One of those other sites is a home in the Desert Highland neighborhood in Palm Springs. I believe that staff attempted to inspect the home, was denied entry, but did do an inspection of the grounds. Could we get a report on what was found when staff went to that location?
I know generally that the conditions were found to not be in compliance with the code. In terms of the specifics, I don't know specifically. I can see if we can find out from our code officers before the end of the questions, though.
Thank you. If that site is operating with as a rental, would there need to be some type of rental records?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And if it was operating as a overnight shelter, would there need to be a conditional use permit for them to operate as an overnight shelter?
I would confirm with the city attorney that the location where the overnight is taking place may not be subject to that CUP. And I'm not sure if David Newell has information on that also.
If the shelter was operating at that location, a conditional use permit actually wouldn't be permissible because it's not in the appropriate zone.
All right. Thank you. We've received reports that there are no accurate payroll records, but now we're learning that the Well in the Desert issues stipends as opposed to actually providing employment. Do we have any knowledge as to whether or not there's workers' compensation for individuals who have been injured while performing work for the Well in the Desert? And this may turn out to be a question that only the Well can answer.
We do not have any of that information, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. And he's done it before, but could we ask Captain Kovalev to give us a brief overview of crime activity in and around the Well in the Desert location?
Excuse me. Good evening. Excuse me. Just like we've done in the past, we looked at the statistics over the course of 6-month periods. There's always ebbs and flows of the data over there. Our analyzed area has gotten larger and larger over the years that the well has been there. One of the things that jumped out at me in the stats, over the past 6 months, so from December 1st of 2020 to May 31st of 2021, homeless-related calls were up to 247. The only high point before that was 198. So we've had a lot more calls for service in the area that are homeless-related. In terms of crimes and arrests, those stats have remained pretty much consistent over the course of the time that they've been there. There's been ups and downs of activity. In terms of where we are right now with that area, a few months ago we were having significant issues at Bristow Park and across the street behind the Quality Inn, along the sidewalk on the west side of the Quality Inn. Those issues subsided with a lot of activity from the Palm Springs Police Department. We also conducted a lot of outreach daily with Tom Cox from CVAG at the park and in those areas. That worked out a lot. The complaints about the activity died down. We were addressing curfew issues at Bristow Park 3 times a night, and those issues simmered down. More recently, we're starting to see an uptick of the complaints at Bristow Park. The corner park area, that separate area at the northeast corner of Saturnino and Cayenne Celia was clear today. However, within the park area where the basketball court and the playgrounds were, there's approximately 22 subjects this afternoon hanging out over there. Around the well itself, the lot directly south has been really kept up. There has been minimal activity over there and at the bus stop along Indian, where we were receiving multiple complaints a few months ago. We still get the complaints time to time with from the restaurants, Castaneda's, Wang's in the Desert, and the desert lots behind both of those locations. The vacant lots in the area are hit and miss. We have to spend a lot of time over there. And we've had one individual who is a high utilizer of all the services, I think CVAG was actually able to get her into some temporary housing. She created quite a bit of complaints based on the amount of property she had, but right now we're not seeing those issues. So there's just the ebbs and flows of the activity over there. And then the activity spreads to other areas, particularly down to the area of KFC at Sunny Dunes and South Palm Canyon, the Sun Center and all around there. We've spent a tremendous amount of time recently cleaning up large campsites within the Tahquitz Creek area at the Milanovich Bridge and along the bridge along South Palm Canyon. But overall, immediately around the well, for the last few weeks, it's been relatively better than it has historically. But just like we have in the past, we spend time over there. It works. The issues kind of move, and then they'll come back.
Right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Captain Kovalat? Or any other questions for city staff before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Corrs?
Sorry. Just for Mr. Verrata, you mentioned that Cathedral City and Desert Hot Springs don't have any cooling centers this year. Is that day and night? I mean, they both usually have run cooling centers at their library and other places, not just for homeless, but for people who can't afford to run AC all day and seniors, given the heat. So that, have you talked to them directly about that, or is that just what you've heard? I just want to find out about that as we can talk to council members. I was a little surprised by that.
Councilman Corrs, what I did was I checked the website, the county's website that listed cooling centers, and I wanted to see how many cooling centers each city had, and that is when I noticed that on that list, the county's website, that no cooling centers were listed for Desert Hot Springs or Cathedral City. Now, as you're mentioning, libraries, city facilities, it's very possible they're operating those as cooling centers. That I do not know.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question, Jay. I was informed by the county staff that no other cities in Riverside County have a well-like cooling drop-in center for homeless services, that they've moved to other models that connect people to housing and other services. So can you confirm if you know if that is true?
I can't say for sure, Madam Mayor. There are, I don't see other drop-in centers as I kind of scan the horizon of what other cities are offering, or I should say what is offered in other cities. But there are other types of services being offered exactly as you described, which do provide more services and are aimed at providing more shelter. It's interesting. I think the city of Riverside had 11 cooling centers, quite a bit, but they have a large population. So there's some resources out there, and they do provide a variety of different services, but keeping in mind, when the heat is over, these cooling centers, very well may not be in operation, so.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say cooling centers, because I know that CAP Riverside, the Community Action Partnership, operates cooling centers throughout the county. But I believe that the 28 cities, or however many there are in Riverside County, I was told that no other ones have similar just drop-in services that aren't connected to homeless and housing and other services. So I was wondering why that might be the case in terms of what you know about best practices and what really gets people out of homelessness.
Yes, I cannot confirm that's the case for any of the other cities, unfortunately, in Riverside County. But having looked at Laguna Beach recently, I can say that they offer a drop-in center in conjunction with their overnight shelter. So those are two different operations, but in the same facility.
Thank you. So a drop-in center connected with a shelter. Councilmember Kors.
Yeah, I'd asked actually a similar question to county staff who said they're aware of no other drop-in centers in Riverside County. And the reason they don't do those is they feel it's enabling. And sort of, I think Captain Kovaloff at our last meeting said that was one of the problems in Barristo Park was all the people there said they were there because of the well, because they can get a shower and laundry done and some snacks, but didn't want services, don't want housing, want to be able to use drugs with their friends in the park and get these things. So that was the reason that was shared with me, why the county doesn't believe these exist anywhere else. The goal is to get people out of homelessness, and that's the issue. Obviously, there's humanitarian benefit to the, but that was the explanation I got from the county.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, we will go ahead and open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for, the public is invited to speak on the public hearing for 2 minutes. City staff and the applicant has time to speak as well. Is that correct?
Arlene Rosenthal is not going to be available tonight. So we're proceeding with general public comment.
Okay, thank you. So the applicant waives their time, and we will proceed with general public comment on this public hearing item. City Clerk, if you could please begin.
David Murphy, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello and good evening. I am making a statement on behalf of the Community Partnership on Homelessness related to Agenda Item 2B, which is the consideration of the CUP extension for the Well in the Desert. First, I would like to commend the council for voicing support during the last council meeting of June 10th for a permanent homeless navigation campus, which would include several shelter options and comprehensive wraparound services that will help people out of homelessness and into drug and alcohol treatment and more permanent housing. We recognize that the navigation campus may realistically take a couple years to open. In this critical interim period, homeless people need immediate shelter, and local residents and businesses, including conventions, need immediate relief from the secondary impacts, which I think almost everyone agrees are unsustainable for our community. Tonight, we ask the council to consider taking active steps in coordination with the county to open a temporary emergency shelter in a suitably located, vacated retail or industrial facility. The city was able to use the high school as an emergency shelter during the pandemic. We respectfully ask the council to consider the current conditions as a near equivalent emergency. We also ask the council to recommend that the county pursue an additional temporary emergency shelter in Cathedral City, where there is more vacated retail space that could quickly be repurposed. It's time to share the burden. We must support
Mr. Murphy.
Local law enforcement to help move people off the streets and out of the parks without running afoul of the Boise case law.
Mr. Murphy, your time is over. We're going to need to disconnect now. Mr. Toner? David Toner, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm also making a statement on behalf of the Community Partnership on Homelessness related to Agenda Item 2B, the consideration of the CUP for Well in the Desert. Homelessness is a very complex issue that will require a wide variety of strategies, tactics, and partners to help transform the lives, restore the dignity of the people impacted by homelessness and the community. I really want to thank you for the wide-ranging exploratory conversation that you and city staff held during the June 10th meeting. I really felt like that changed the discourse and the considerations that the city is giving to this issue. And I have to say that the majority of what I wanted to comment on tonight has already been addressed by the city manager's statement, which was incredibly thorough and both kind of addressing the issues that we have today as well as forward-looking towards solutions. So I just want to encourage you all to continue to explore best practices that we can leverage and learn from locally as well as other cities and other states so that we can put ourselves in the city in the best possible position to address the serious needs of the people experiencing homelessness and the surrounding community. The clientele needs to be better served and the secondary impacts better managed. Thank you all again very much.
Thank you. James Gavin, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, my name is James Gavin, and I just want to say, with just 6 days' notice to our residents and businesses, we're appalled at the action the council is proceeding with tonight, and that is to allow this reckless and irresponsible business to continue in our community. The lies and cheating us out of our quality of life for 4 years is enough. You all know the well has been nothing but a problem since opening July 1st, 2017. Even the council stated at the last council meeting, we need to examine this business before we move this problem business from location A to location B. Jeff Kors, you are our district representative. Now is the time for you to stand up for us and put an end to this nightmare on Kelly and Celia. You have not represented this district since this business came into it. You need to stand up for us tonight. We are urging you not to extend this CUP any longer. The well to this day continues to violate this document and has done so for 4 years now, with full knowledge of all the city leadership. As an example, there has been a blue minivan parked in their lot for months now, and someone lives there at night. Even an employee was allowed to live in a backroom closet. After reading the newspaper, maybe instead of a stipend they get paid by living on the property. Who knows with her reckless business operation? This seems the way the well operates, by not paying minimum wage or social security taxes, workman's comp, etc. Pay everyone with a stipend. It's outrageous. Creative accounting for sure. The residents and businesses are planning to meet with a lawyer to discuss a class action lawsuit against the city for allowing the quality of life to diminish for both the residents and businesses and recoup the losses we have been made to endure. Can't wait for the disposition hearings and what you all have to say. It's time to close this reckless and irresponsible business and bring in the Coachella Valley Rescue Mission with Martha's Kitchen and 24-hour services with people who know what they're doing. Ms. Rosenthal with her failure in neighborhood after neighborhood. And there is not one neighborhood that wants this reckless operator there. Remember Ms. Rosenthal's philosophy is, I don't care about public comment or the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Romani, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes. Hi, my name is Joseph Romani, and I am the owner of the property at 450 through 490 South Palm Canyon Boulevard. We have had a number of discussions. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We have had a number of discussions again over and over and over regarding the input of what has happened because of well in the desert and how much it has affected my property specifically and the surrounding area. I've had 2 palm tree fire damage on my property, and one just took place on June 14th. And the Palm Springs Police Department, I guess they showed up. The fire marshal showed up. And also one of the light posts was vandalized. I do not know if they were shutting it off to do drug dealing or if they were doing something else, charging their phone. All I know is this is extremely dangerous. It is very likely somebody is going to get hurt. And I am holding the city of Palm Springs liable and responsible for their misaction on the fact of they are extending the CUP for a well in desert despite of number of violations that they have. And I do not know what is the city of Palm Springs going to do about this. And you are putting public in jeopardy, whether if it is a homeless, if it is my tenant, and if it is anybody else. My tenants are running away because well in the desert, we cannot lease out space in my shopping plaza. They are constantly harassing my tenants' customers.
Mr. Ramani, your time is over.
All right.
All right, thank you, and we'll disconnect. Natalie, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, good evening. We're all aware that there's a serious crisis of homelessness in the city of Palm Springs, and it should be the goal of bringing in facilities like the Well in the Desert to work towards resolving this crisis. I think it was very well said in the March 25th hearing, and again briefly today, that the focus needs to be on facilities and programs that work to end homelessness rather than enable it. It's obvious from the testimony from surrounding residents, business owners, and even the Palm Springs Police Department that the Well in the Desert not only enables, but creates additional problems for the surrounding community by failing to provide adequate services for its clients. In fact, as we're hearing tonight, there are a number of suspect, if not outright criminal items in question with regard to their operation. I read that in 2019, the city received a $10 million allocation for homeless services. And there have been a number of proposals discussed, I know, but in the meantime, it seems that 3 emergency shelters have closed and Project Room Key is ending due to a quoted lack of funding. I urge the council to shift their priority to projects that offer a real solution and stay firm in their decision to revoke the Well's conditional use permit, as an extension of the CUP in their current location is simply an extension of the problems that you've heard about in meeting after meeting over the last 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Ida Koff, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Perfect, great. Hi, my name is Ida Cash. I work for the owner of Palm Canyon Shopping Center. I've recently been to a lot of these hearings and, we've had a lot of public comments. I think the council knows what the public feels, especially in the neighboring areas of the Well in the Desert. And this one definitely has a different feel to it because the council members asked every question that we had and I had prepared to talk about. So I really don't even need to talk about half of this that was mentioned already. The only thing I do want to mention is I have a few leases that are pretty big, important leases. And one of the things that have come up in negotiation of these leases, one is for 490 Palm Canyon that's been vacant for many years, is the relocation of Well in the Desert. And from the previous meeting, I have told the tenants that this institution is moving by the end of June. So anything that comes up from them not moving is going to affect our leasing and losing these tenants potentially. So I don't want to hold anybody liable for that potential loss. I'm glad that the council and the city attorney has done their homework and can see that they are operating outside of their CUP conditions. And I hope there is no extension of their CUP at this time. That's all.
Thank you. Franco, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Franco Sormani. I work for the owner on 450 to 490 Palm Canyon Drive. And basically the problem is the same as last time when we had the public hearing. We have homeless all around the property. They try to break in, and one of the biggest issues that we're facing right now is we're beginning to be in charge for every time we call the police department. And in case they don't see the homeless around the property, they send us a bill under a false alarm bill. So one of the issues that we're facing right now is it's that, and we really need the support from you guys as the city and you guys making the decision, because we pay our taxes, we cooperate with the city, we cooperate with the community, and all we're asking is for the city and the council to stand up for us tonight. We cannot take it anymore. We really need you guys to do something for us tonight, to stand up for our rights, to stand up for what we need, and choose between homeless individuals that don't want to change, that don't want to contribute to the community, or us, people that do want to contribute to the community, that do want to make Palm Springs better, or what's going to be the decision. We really need you guys to stand up for us tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment. We had one person we were unable to reach, Wayne Woodliff. We've attempted to call him 3 times, but beyond that, we were able to reach everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you to everyone who called in for public comments. So normally the applicant would have 2 minutes for rebuttal, but the applicant is not here. So there being no other speakers, the public hearing is now closed. Are there any additional questions or discussion by council members? Councilmember Kors.
Thanks. Just for the city clerk, so is Ms. Rosenthal or another representative of Wall in the Desert contacted to speak to extend their CUP?
Yes.
Did they know about? They knew this was coming.
I did send the Zoom link to Ms. Rosenthal today, and I got a note back. I don't really know who Matt is, but it says Matt is out of the country for the next 2 weeks, and I have an emergency with my son, and I'm going to Pasadena, so neither of us will be available tonight.
He is the vice president of the board, but okay, thank you.
Questions or comments or discussion by council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'll go first. I think everyone is concerned about the impact of having 100 or more individuals who have had an opportunity to have a place where they could cool off and take a shower during the day, particularly at the height of summer, if we do not extend the time for the well. At the same time, we've heard testimony after testimony that the operation of the well is inconsistent with best practices towards how one goes about working with homeless populations and moving individuals out of homeless situations. We are looking at an operation with Martha's that conforms to best practices in terms of how one interacts. And notwithstanding that we need to ensure that there is a place for individuals to be able to cool off during summer and to be safe, I believe it is time for us to end the CUP for the Well in the Desert on June 30th. The tax, I was told that they're not paying their taxes. And we see that that is in fact the case. We received reports from their own testimony in the newspaper that they're paying stipends, not the salaries that are responsible. At no time during any of the conversations that we had with the Well in the Desert regarding the effectiveness of their security measures were we told that any of those security guards were anything other than employees. And then we find out that they're merely receiving stipends. We've given this operation multiple chances to succeed, and it has not. No one is enjoying this evening. No one is enjoying what we have come to. But we better serve the individuals who are homeless in the city of Palm Springs by going forward with a contract with Martha's as soon as we possibly can. Achieve it to take over the operations that are proposed for the boxing club. And whether or not Martha's chooses to contract with the Well in the Desert to provide any services should be a decision for Martha's to make. But I cannot, in good conscience, vote to approve any further operations of the Well in the Desert on City of Palm Springs property, and I cannot, in good conscience, vote to extend the CUP that is scheduled to end on June 30.
Councilmember Porras.
Thank you. Overall, appreciate and agree with Mayor Pro Tem. It's very disappointing knowing we had these questions and all the statements that were made in the newspaper by Well in the Desert that they're totally unavailable even by phone, which is how Well in the Desert has communicated before. That's where we are right now. So for the city manager, you had mentioned the possibility if we did not extend the CUP of figuring out another option, even potentially the boxing club where CVAG is now doing homeless services that we could make available as an extra cooling center for people during the day. So just some thoughts on that. I think the county might be willing to work with us, from my understanding, on that as well. Obviously, we want places and hopefully our neighboring cities, and a lot of people from those cities had been coming to the Well. We'll have cooling centers during the day as they usually do. Hopefully we can maybe talk to them directly on that, because that may just be they're not listed or something. But we already have a couple cooling centers, but if we can expand the cooling center capacity, because it's not just homeless, right? You need cooling centers in the summer. But if we could have something like the boxing club while we're working out a contract with Martha's, is that a possibility, or any other thoughts on how we would do that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Coors. I think we would certainly want to do everything we can to facilitate any other services. I think the only uncertainty, frankly, is not knowing the intimate logistical operation of Well in the Desert and how certain meals are provided, et cetera. There is a degree of uncertainty in that transition, but certainly we could reach out to some of the providers you mentioned and others and indicate that there may be an absence of service because of an expired CUP, if that's ultimately the direction that council goes. And we would do our best to reach out, even provide resources if we could. Any substantial request of resources, of course, would need to come back to council. So again, there's some logistical things that are just a little unclear, to be frank and honest, and don't know the exact implications of those, but we would do everything we can to work with partners and as you suggested, try to find other facilities. Interestingly, we did have some preliminary conversations with CVAG regarding the boxing club. If anything, it was their strong desire that they would be able to extend their stay at that location, at least for the time being. So that really doesn't fit well with trying to also operate it even on a limited basis as a cooling center. Doesn't mean we couldn't find other locations or that maybe a move couldn't be expedited, but I'm just indicating that, here we are on the 24th, 6 days. If the CUP is ultimately revoked, we'll have to do the best we can, but it's not something that we've been able to vet thoroughly at this point to ensure, the specifics.
That's my main concern is, right, that we have enough place for people to be inside in the summer heat. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Other council comments? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you, Mayor. These are incredibly difficult conversations. We all know that, and I appreciate everyone being here to talk about them. It's disappointing to think about closing needed services, even temporarily. I know that the well fought really hard to get those showers even in place because they weren't allowed at first, and they kind of did it anyway because they needed it as a service. And it's hard to think about those being gone, and I don't want them to be gone. I am concerned about the different allegations that have been levied. I am concerned about people not being paid what they should be, but I am also concerned about continuity of services, and I do understand that a lot of times we get a lot of complaints about people who are in more dire conditions than the rest of us are. And sometimes there are valid complaints, and sometimes it's that people who are living on the street make us all very uncomfortable just by existing, which is terrible, but that's kind of our own biases that we all have. And I wish that we had more robust services that already existed, that this could be something that could be seamless, and if we could really be able to say, that I could say with certainty that we could close something and that this would be okay. But for me, it's not. There's just so much that we lack, and there's a lot of things that we hope to have in place, but we don't have any hard timelines on when that would be, and the CUP is ending in a matter of days, and what happens then? There's also no guarantee that any of these problems that are currently happening will just go away if the well stores are closed. Obviously, none of us can tell the future. Maybe they will. Maybe the problems will end immediately, but maybe they won't. I've been quiet just because I'm trying to take it all in and understand where everyone's coming from and truly try to hear all of you. I don't take this issue lightly, and I know none of you do either, which is why we're talking about it for so long. So I will just end there. I know that was a bit rambling.
Other council comments? Trying to see if Councilmember Woods has a comment or if you'd like me to go first. I share Councilmember Garner and everyone's concerns. We've been involved from the beginning, approved the initial CUP back in 2017, been a long night. You know, when it started, 2019, and you know, we've been looking to improve and increase services for people who are homeless in Palm Springs. And I've been involved with the Well in the Desert before that because I was on their board. It's really difficult. I also chair the CVAG homeless committee that leads our regional work along with our partners. And now we have all cities participating in that work. So it's pretty clear, it's obvious that there aren't enough services in the county and in the city for people who are homeless. It's a humanitarian crisis because the weather extremes are hard here and it's hard to live outside, and especially in 120-degree heat. And my heart goes out to everyone who is unhoused. Not just the people we see, what we're missing is all the people who are living in their cars too. And so what we've had is, you know, that since Royce closed, we've been trying to fill in that gap, and the city has funded overnight cooling centers at the boxing club. And Greg Rodriguez from Supervisor Perez's office has been doing God's work, finding funding from the county to literally staff up and prop up cooling centers here and there. And he's doing really excellent work. The fact is the county has a $6.9 billion budget annually. And we need the county to allocate more resources to homelessness in the city of Palm Springs. The county is the entity that gets that has responsibility and has social services, and we're working in partnership with the county, and we appreciate their work. But you know, fundamentally, we need a very large operation here that's at a level that homeless people deserve. So my assessment in this public hearing, I came in not knowing, and I never decide, obviously, in a public hearing what to do ahead of time. It's about the evidence that we hear. The evidence that I've heard is that the Well is a bad community partner. They don't work with the neighbors. They've dismissed the neighbor complaints. They have acted hostilely towards the council and towards the community in public meetings that I participated in. And they're not sharing information to the community with when they're asking for tax dollars, and they're actually spreading misinformation and conspiracy theories about the council and the city. And it's not in good faith to negotiate with a partner like that. We negotiate with lots of community partners. We fund a lot of organizations. We don't see this level of treatment towards the community, towards city staff, towards us, towards their neighbors. So I'm really concerned that the Well is not operating in best practices for their drop-in center. There's no other drop-in center in the county of Riverside that is just doing a drop-in center that's not attached to housing. A lot of this, some of this isn't the Well in the Desert's fault. We do need the housing, right, where people can go, and we're just setting them up for failure when it's a short period of time that people can be there. But fundamentally, I've been told by community partners who are leading this work that this is an enabling service. It's not helping people get into housing or get into service. So what we're trying to balance here is people deserve a shower. You deserve a shower. You know, if whatever condition you're coming to, you deserve water and food, and we want people to have that. But how do we do that in a way that really it is helping the community? So I agree with the comments, and we're in a really hard place because it's summer, and because we know that this really they haven't followed the CUP. They've admitted that they haven't, and they've threatened not to. So I have problems with that, and I have real concerns about not paying employees minimum wage and things like that. So I really appreciate staff's work and working towards the boxing club and working towards Martha's to get Martha's Village and Kitchen, who's worked in partnership with the Well, to provide services in Palm Springs that are similar to what they do in Indio and throughout the Coachella Valley, because they do a whole host of services like housing as well. So I very much would like to see a place for people to go in the heat. I appreciate that The county has gotten the Methodist Church to open as an overnight cooling center. However, that is limited to 30 people, and it's not enough. But you know, it's hard to know if I would like to see us transition to the boxing club and the city provide some of these services. You know, people need showers, people need food. We have worked with CVRM to correct their record. The city did not put up a cooling center or an overnight shelter at the high school. That was the county, because the county was getting federal funds to do that. And they've also housed people in Project Room Key. So we have not done that, but we have funded the boxing club to be an overnight cooling center with limited success. We didn't get a lot of people into housing that way either, or connected to services. So I'm rambling too, because this is a really difficult decision, and it's hard, especially with the applicant not even here to explain, you know, some of these concerns that are not coming from us, but are coming from the community. And it's our job to hear all of those. So with that, I will hear and make sure everyone is heard before we ask for a motion. Councilmember Kors.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, the state is not ending Project Room Key. They are making some revisions to it. And the governor's proposed $12.5 billion. We've never seen anything like that. And the legislature's, you know, basically setting it up so, you know, all the money would go to the 13 largest cities, even if other cities have a higher point-in-time homeless count, as typically happens because they control the legislature, and to counties. So, you know, just want to echo what Mayor Holstich said. Really appreciate, especially Greg Rodriguez and Supervisor Perez, for really focusing on getting funding. And I know there were some comments about the one-time allocation we got. We were the only city other than the Big 13, thanks to Assemblymember Mays. And we've leveraged 2 projects and close to $60 million by putting money into those. And that's what the money's for. It's not for temporary shelters and cooling centers. It's actually for permanent supportive housing. But we have put money in to extend the county's good work on the overnight summer shelters. So, you know, I guess one question, you know, just thinking about it as we're all trying to figure out what to do here, is, you know, potential that, you know, it may be a little past July 1st, but that, you know, the boxing club does have showers, to utilize that as and work with, you know, CVAG on that, since they're already there, for folks to have a place to go during the day while we work everything else out for long-term use of the boxing club, hopefully with Martha's. So that may be an option just I want to throw out for staff to consider. Thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
First of all, I want to thank my fellow council members and Mayor Pro Tem for their enlightened comments. I think the mayor, you summarized very well. I don't think you rambled at all. And I also understand the continuum of service that we want to try and provide out there. You know, I have lived a good portion of my life around homelessness. I've had property damage to my own home due to homelessness, repeatedly due to homelessness. So I can understand the frustration of the people who have been recipients of that same type of activity. On the other hand, I understand how easy it is to be in our society to become homeless, and not all homeless people are necessarily destroying property intentionally, and many times drug use and mental illness play a big portion of why people are homeless, and that's the root cause of what we need to treat. We have heard over and over again from the county that services that we're providing are enabling, and I really don't want to continue those type of services that are enabling. And I think there's enough other organizations out there that provide free meals. Actually, Well buses them. Different churches provide free meals, so those will continue. Those are cooling areas. Our library remain as a cooling area. During extreme heat, we've had other people pop up, such as the Gay and Lesbian Center pop up to be a cooling center. I think that other people will step up and try and provide those services as we fill the gap and try and do a better program than what we currently have with that. But I cannot agree more with the fact that we don't want to continue funding something that we have severe allegations on, severe hostility on, and allegations that are becoming more and more substantiated as we work through this process. So I'm more in alignment with Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and Councilmember Coors on not extending the CUP at this point.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Question for the city manager. If we move forward to authorize you to contract with Martha's and to open at the boxing club as soon as possible, and we do not extend the CUP for the well beyond June 30. What steps can you take to try to protect the health of the individuals that are at the well? What can be done to help those individuals be able to have a place to use a restroom, to get a shower?
It's a little difficult to answer that with specifics, just given our inability to confer with partners and the like. But even just offline, as council was proceeding with its conversation, Mr. Verada was sharing with me that the agreement with CVAG for occupation of the boxing club contemplates things as robust as emergency overnight shelters. I think perhaps doing that with really short notice would still be difficult, but it seems reasonable that if it could be used for something as robust as overnight shelter, that it could be used for something less robust like daytime periodic drop-in for cooling and the like. Again, I think we're talking a little bit out of turn because we haven't actually engaged with that partner to verify that that would be reasonable or to verify that it could commence in as short as 6 days, but that would be the kind of conversations that we'd be having with those partners and others. Obviously, we have our own facilities where we can be, where we have greater flexibility, so that would be at least a fallback option, if not a primary solution. And bottom line is we would start to engage immediately to try to make those provisions so that at minimum those basic health and safety kinds of concerns were addressed. As we get into more robust or specific services like showers, obviously that's dependent on having an appropriate facility, unlike something like cooling or providing water and snacks where you know those services are much easier to provide at a wider variety of facilities. So it's difficult to make promises from the staff table, so to speak, but those are the kinds of conversations we'd have right away, certainly understanding the gravity of the situation when it comes to those most basic needs, which I would assume is really a place to cool down and plenty of cold water.
And I know all of my colleagues greatly appreciate what you're saying and the challenge that has been presented to you. Is there additional authority or actions that we would need to make to give you the greatest amount of discretion to move quickly in this area?
I would need to defer to city attorney in terms of any financial appropriations. That would certainly be a primary resource in this discussion. Otherwise, we started the conversation with the possibility of granting staff other administrative authority to enter into agreements, even if they might be not for full services with an entity like Martha's, to at least also try to expedite commencing those services that aren't affiliated with the cooling shelter, getting them into the boxing club as quickly as possible, in other words. And again, that might be at a minimal level of service just to have that cooling during the daytime, et cetera. So those kinds of things could probably be done more easily and with general direction. The appropriation issue that might enable me to spend money greater than the $25,000, which really is also kind of per contract. So if it's procuring water and food at one point, and then an agreement for service another. $25,000 per expenditure, so to speak, can get a lot done. But City Attorney, is it possible to give direction to allocate additional funds if necessary?
Yes, absolutely. As the city manager indicated, this all began with a discussion in April about continuity of service and ensuring that. And so if the council gives direction, then it's my legal opinion that the city manager can go forward with working with Martha's. And of course, we'd be checking in with the council as we proceed in July.
And certainly, I don't want to offer anything that is inconsistent with council's direction. But I will just reiterate that if it's council's desire to expedite this to the greatest extent possible, but leave some of those services in place in the meantime, that is an option to extend the CUP for a lesser period of time, like 30 days, which would also enable us, even if we couldn't accommodate relocating services fully at the boxing club, to make some of those other service provisions in the meantime. Frankly, any amount of time at that point would just be a measure of added precaution should you choose.
I'm willing to make an attempt at a motion, but I do so asking that everyone step in and offer improvements on what I will offer. In that motion is that we give to the city manager the authority to enter into a contract with Martha's for use of the boxing club, that we extend authority to him to take actions necessary to preserve the continuity of care and to preserve the health of those individuals that are homeless, that do need a cool place to be able to stay during the heat, that we do everything possible to make showers and water available to individuals, but that we do not extend the conditional use permit for the well in the desert past June 30.
Councilmember Wood.
I'll second it with a caveat that we move in a trajectory that is less enabling and more outcome-based as we look at this for the future.
So I don't know if this will be a friendly amendment or a substitute motion. I agree with you. I'm concerned in hearing from the city manager about the ability to do anything in 6 days. And so I would like to see my friendly amendment or my substitute motion would be those terms, but give the authority to extend the CUP for no more than 30 days to transition so that this location is not shut down while there are no other services provided at the boxing club. And I'm not sure if the maker and the second are there, if they would accept that amendment.
That's a struggle. It's a struggle. I'd like to hear from everyone.
Councilmember Ford.
I think we have to give some, I support giving some flexibility to the city manager if, it's 6 days and I'm worried we don't have enough cooling locations. I would probably change the friendly amendment or substitute motion to be, no more than and as soon as possible. And, even if we need to, hire 2 people to be at the boxing club so there's a cool place for people to be, and working with the county and CVAG on that. But I do worry 6 days from now, if staff can't pull out, a miracle in getting something in place, that we can be in a really difficult situation at work. It could be 120 degrees and we don't have space for folks. And so while I'd like the CUP to be done now, I think we need to give staff the flexibility, and, I would authorize probably a little more money for them to make sure we have something in place during this transition. And hopefully it's not more than a week or 2, but to give them that flexibility. I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem, given we can't even get answers from Well in the Desert, and saying they don't have to report or pay staff minimum wage is, I can't stomach that that's going to continue. But I also can't stomach the people who may not have any place to go. So I think staff understands what we want, and giving them a little flexibility and time to get it to happen in a more smooth way would be my preference.
Council, if I might, I'm sorry to interrupt, but to the extent that you're starting to coalesce around the idea of providing greater flexibility, it may not be necessary, but I do want to just offer that Linda Barak is available. So she runs Martha's, and should you want to hear directly from a provider that probably knows more about the services and the ability to kind of get things going than Jay or myself, I would just offer that she is available if you want to suspend motions long enough to hear from her.
Thank you, Mr. Clifton. And I will say on behalf of Linda and Martha's that does really excellent work, one thing that affects the timing here is that Martha's is currently staffing up overnight cooling center with the county at the Methodist Church. So I know that they have limited staff capacity as a nonprofit, and they're putting all of their efforts right now into making sure that there's an overnight cooling center with the county. So knowing that there might be 2 projects there, I do think that it would take more time than normal.
I would certainly welcome hearing from Linda.
In terms of the timing that would be needed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is Linda by phone or by Zoom?
She will be joining us via Zoom. I believe she's in the waiting room, and PSC TV can let her in.
Thank you. We will wait for her to join us. Hi, Linda. Welcome. Are you there? Hi, Linda. Thank you for joining us. I know it's late and it's a difficult discussion. I appreciate you for being here and all of your work and decades of experience doing this work. And I think Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, did you have questions for Linda? And I should say Ms. Barak, sorry.
Ms. Brock, one of the proposals that has been put forth by council is another 30 days, and I can appreciate how much you've got on your plate. If we extend this for another 30 days, what will that allow you to do?
Yes, I am. Mm-hmm.
Linda, I think your audio might be different than ours if you're listening on a computer or a TV. So I'd recommend muting that and then responding just to the audio here on Zoom. So did you hear Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Middleton's question?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a difficult question, right? If we take our focus and we put it on those that are in need and try to take the personality out of it and really focus where I think that it's needed, it's kind of a survival. Can I hear it again? Let me re-sign in.
Madam
Thank
Mayor?
you. Linda, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think I solved it.
Okay, great. Thank
Right.
you.
So I have to say, when I ponder situations like this, I don't know if you heard part of my response before, but it was we have to take the us out of it and really zero in on those that are in need and how we're going to make that happen. I'm always amazed every time a situation comes up, like what we're looking at right now, which is the shelter or cooling center. We can make it happen. We just have to come together to make it happen. And unfortunately, we're in a time crunch. So what I have to say to you guys, anything is possible, but it's the time crunch. So we need, in my opinion, that we need to buy some time to do it right. Sometimes what we do is we move too fast to action, and it needs to be put together properly. So it means, to me, Martha's, I have a board, and I have a board meeting on Monday. So I need their direction and what it is that they are going to allow us as a team to do. I have to say that having been at the well, the population that the well deals with is difficult. And because there's been no real place to put them to stabilize. So when we look at the warm weather shelter, it's called, we're looking at that we should be able to serve quite a few people because we should be able to move them into housing. The idea is through the front door, out the back door into housing with stability. And we're pretty good at it. Martha's did about 86% placement during COVID of those that we served. And that's a pretty high number. I just had a monitoring today from the county. So yes, we are larger, but I am smart enough to know that it takes collaborators, right? Because you guys have mentioned mental health. You have mentioned substance abuse. And it's having those collaborations where you can bring those partners in that make a lasting impact. And I have always said that we need to take those agencies that are grassroots and the larger agencies need to take them and develop their expertise and what they can bring, right? What Martha's did, and I know you guys know in your paperwork, is that I couldn't leave Palm Springs because our funding ended through the city. So Martha's used their own private funds to remain. Then I sat down and I wrote a grant, but the planning of things needs to be more connected and unified. And I'm glad to see that the homeless are, committee meetings are happening again. I actually miss them, believe it or not. So what I want to say to you is I can't make the decision for you, nor in this moment do I have the absolute power to say, I'll be there, but we've never left. That helpful? Or make it worse?
That's helpful. Thank you.
Very helpful.
Any other questions for Ms. Barak? Councilmember Woods.
Ms. Barak, if you've listened to it, these meetings as well as past meetings, you've probably heard that the current model that we're using at the well is a bit enabling. And you are part of that process now, trying to actually help that population. In reevaluating what we actually need to not be enabling, to actually be what you had said, have the statistics of moving people out the back door and out the front door into housing. What would that take that you're able to answer now?
Well, one of the things that we recognize and that I did write for funding is more case management, right? And also having a staff member such as at director level for Martha's that can go out and recruit more collaboration, right? Martha's has the ability, because we've been doing it for so long, to be able to link to detox and to, finding a detox that has a transitional housing on the other end. Everybody has their own needs, and that assessment needs to be one-on-one, and you can't do it in 10 minutes. But in the interim, you have to have the buy-in and the client's comfort with a provider. And I have to say this, the well has that. They've been there a long time. And last year, Martha's moved 156 of those that came to us into a form of housing or program. And it's very difficult to do it when you're at ground zero, where you have no place for them to rest or be, or to have more normalcy so that they can complete tasks. But you guys recognize that because you're saying you need a larger compound or programs or a place for them to be. But unfortunately, that all takes time, right? So we are not enabling. I can't go and get them a job, so everybody that gets a job does it with our support, but we're not doing it for them. When I worked with the Lutheran Church just the other day to take a look at the space, I said, they're not sitting up in their bunks there. They're up, they're moving, they're doing, because that's what has to happen. But they need the support. They've got to have the support, and they have to believe that the support is long-lasting. Martha's is one of the few agencies that actually follow for 6 months or more with house visits. If we placed them into housing, going over the budget again. Okay, you're making this amount of money. Maybe you can work 10 more hours and you can elevate and be more secure. I mean, it depends on the person. It's a human issue. I don't know if I'm being helpful or not. This is a tough one, guys.
Thank you. No, thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think this has been helpful, and I can accept the friendly amendment, particularly the way it was phrased by Councilmember Coors, of not to exceed 30 days. I think that phrase is important for people in the community, and sooner if possible. And I know that Martha's will work with the city, and we've heard consistently from the county. So I can accept that.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods, do you accept that as the second?
Yes, I just want to make sure that I think that Ms. Barak had something very well to say, is that they, current clients of the well may have trust, and continuing that trust into a new model is going to be very important. So I can accept the friendly amendment. Thank you very much for the friendly amendment.
Thank you. Other discussion, Councilmember Garner?
I just want to be clear that I understand. what we're saying with this is that we are going to try to get the boxing club up as quickly as possible, hopefully with Ms. Brock and Martha's there. And we're going to try to do that within 30 days. And if it doesn't happen within 30 days, we're still going to shut down the well while we wait for things to open up as a boxing club.
Can I say something here? Because I have to have my board's approval, and we meet on Monday.
Yeah.
So, and it means that it's going to have to be put together rather quickly. It does not mean. I don't know if it means. I think that the well should be included as maybe a subcontractor under the. I don't know how this is going to work out, but for me, and I believe for you, Grace, that we're zeroed in on our clients and the members of the community. Mm-hmm. And it's a hard one, I know.
Councilmember Wood.
I might offer a suggestion that to our city manager and to Ms. Barak as well, is that if it's too much at one time, maybe we phase it.
Mm-hmm.
It stays. Maybe we do some immediate services and then kind of do additive service as you work out the program.
Right. And case managers, you have to train them. You cannot build a good housing case manager in 30 days, So it is a process, and it would have to be understood that it would be a staging with bringing the appropriate people to do the service.
Thank you. I'd also ask that city staff and Martha's look at when they come together, what services can be provided at the church, which will be that overnight option, trying to get people into housing and services, and then what might be needed at the boxing club as you look at a phased approach. So thank you. We know that you're providing life, rescue services to our community, and we're really grateful for you to step up in Palm Springs and to step up in multiple ways. Any other discussion or clarification before we vote on that motion? Councilmember Kors.
I just want to echo my thanks, Linda, and for you being in Palm Springs the last couple of years and the success you've had and having you summer shelter and continuing to really get people off the streets, because that's what we all want to see happen. And the work's incredibly impressive. I just want to make sure for staff that if we go this route, that we're giving the flexibility staff needs and the funding staff needs, because Martha's has been using their own funding and the counties can help fund the summer, but, we need to help too. And if we want this to happen like this, so make sure you have what you need at this meeting or at our next meeting financially, but in this motion to make sure, staff working with Martha's can try and make miracles happen quickly. So I just want to make sure the resources that we're doing our part to make sure that's happening. You have that flexibility.
Council, I feel like we have that at this point. We do have another chance on July 8th if for some reason there's something else that's not covered. We certainly have plenty of work to do, and this is something on the side, to be sure and clear. But I think it's very clear what council's looking for, which is to fulfill council's original direction to revoke the CUP at the boxing club's, the well's current location as soon as we can provide the minimum level of services to ensure health and safety of homeless individuals. And that could be through the boxing club or any number of other locations. If we can get to that minimum kind of standard where we are protecting life, you want us to get there as quickly as we can, and that's what we will do.
Yes, thank you. And I know we're all working on this, but a plea to us that don't find ourselves in this place again next summer. I mean, Roy's closed in 2017, I think. We've been in this really difficult situation every summer. The county staffed up a temporary option last summer. We paid $30,000 a month the summer before that. It keeps being Band-Aid solutions. So I know a lot of people on this call, including Linda and Greg Rodriguez with the county, are working. I know the well is working on permanent solutions, and we have to do that this year with this much urgency, because I don't want to be in between a rock and a hard place. Not me, but our homeless residents. This is just unacceptable in a county this large with that budget, with this in this city. We don't want anyone to suffer. So we will work on that too. Okay, so there is a motion and a second. Staff echoed it back. So I think we are ready for a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes, with the caveat that I don't support closing the well until we have full services open at the Fox and Club.
Your comment will be noted for the record. And Councilmember Coors.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Mayor Holstedge.
Yeah.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda, for being here. We will go ahead and take a 15-minute break. So we will go into recess and then come back and do public comment. We'll see you in 15 minutes. come back from recess and we will go to public comment. So the next item is public comment on non-agenda items. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although the city values your comments pursuant to the Brown Act, it generally cannot take any action on items not listed on the agenda. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. City Clerk, if you could please begin contacting speakers by telephone.
Eric Scott Romney, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on with the Plaza Theater? This theater has been shut down since 2014. As of today, June 24th, 2021, with only raising a little more than an abysmal $164,000, it would be nice for the general public to be able to understand, with how long it's been, why it's taking so long to reach a $12 million goal. This theater should not be an afterthought and needs to be opened once again, as it would be a benefit to the community and would be tremendous for the economy. Again, my name is Eric Scott Romney. I was born in Palm Springs in 1986. I may not be a socialite, but I am connected to a greater community. I'm an actor, a performer, an entertainer, and professionally a current member of the Actors Equity Association. Since 2016, through email correspondence, I've had very little communication from those trying to spearhead the fantastical feat to save the Plaza Theater. But now the time has come to ask the question, who should lead the way? The leader needs fundraising as well as theater curation skills. I have the heart of a performer, and that heart beats for the chance to create something for everyone. The Plaza Theater needs someone who depends on the success of this theater, someone who is constantly studying and focusing on the betterment of entertainment, and someone who believes that this theater will do so much more than it has done in the past. I want to work with a select group of professionals in creating steps to make this theater into something purely professional. I will submit further details into this matter through the process of the clerk and will be hopeful to be added to the agenda, as this deserves further discussion as soon as possible. Additionally, I would like to propose that an orchestra pit and a roundabout be constructed around the stage's apron. Every successful multi-purpose theater has one. That's all the time I have. Thank you for allowing me the privilege of your time, council members. I love Palm Springs.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mark Coleman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, and good evening. My partner and I attended the unveiling of the Monroe statue on Sunday. The event underscored our profound disappointment in our elected officials. You've decided to erect a deeply polarizing statue in the heart of Palm Springs. You could not have chosen a more central and visible site. Your decision was taken without the necessary public discussion. We needed and expected a robust public debate over what it means to have this particular statue at the center of our city. It's obvious that your decision has created deep divisions within the community. Organizers from PS Resorts encouraged the Monroe enthusiasts to attend the unveiling ceremony dressed in white. I saw many of those advocates insert themselves into the front line of the protesters to provoke, intimidate, and silence their voices. One of the organizers physically pushed me aside so they could stand in front of me. While these confrontations were underway, our city officials spoke from behind security barricades guarded by police officers. You characterized the controversial statue as a fun and festive representation of the Palm Springs experience. The forced levity was bizarre. Your unwillingness to acknowledge the consequences of your actions was troubling. Public records show that you sought and received input on the statue from real estate developers, hotel operators, and restaurant owners. Yet you denied your constituents the opportunity to weigh in. I acknowledge that many of the community will disagree with my views, and that's exactly the point. The statute is deeply polarizing. You should have allowed maximum public discussion before installing the statute at the center of our civic life. Instead, you made your decisions in an echo chamber and ignited a controversy that's dividing our city. I encourage you to publicly acknowledge and address the divisions in the community that were created by your actions.
Mr. Coleman?
Always invite and consider input from your constituents.
Mr. Coleman?
I encourage you to disband PS Resorts and seek new partners.
Mr. Coleman, your time is elapsed, and we are going to need to disconnect. Mr. Coleman, your time is elapsed, and we are going to need to disconnect. Thank you. Vince Costa, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. Hello?
Yes. You can go ahead and begin.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Vince Costa. I'm the chef owner at Johnny Costa's Italian restaurant here in Palm Springs for the last 20 years. Actually, 21 years I've been here now. And, there's always been homeless here in this area. I know I kind of missed my cue earlier when they were talking about the well. But anyway, I just wanted to just let everybody know the urgency of having this addressed as soon as possible. I've actually in the last year had 2 fires started on my property. One under the canopy. It lit a sign on fire, made police reports. Fortunately, it didn't catch my canopy on fire, but it did catch one of my easel signs that were there. And also just recently the palm tree behind the restaurant. And like I said, there's always been a problem from day one of homeless, but never like it has been since the Well of the Desert's been here. And I just feel that, this is a good plan, definitely to move them away from this area. Unfortunately, it's gotten to the point where my customers are scared to even come in the restaurant. They unwire they break into my cars, and my car personally even. And it just goes on and on. I got them on video most of the time because I have cameras around. In the last fire, it was a homeless guy. I didn't actually have the video coverage of him lighting it, but after him walking by because he was sleeping on the floor, within 50 seconds the fire started. You can see the flames, even though the guy didn't actually have. So he was there, and the police took his name, but because we didn't actually have footage of him lighting the palm tree on fire, it almost burned my restaurant down. But thank God that the fire department was quick to put it out. It caught a dumpster on fire and caught some stuff behind my restaurant on fire as well. And I'm just hoping that this move happens as soon as possible. After COVID, it's just starting to get kind of it's very just starting to get scary. To be in business anymore in Palm Springs. I know that Joseph Armani, my landlord, has been screaming a long time about this, and it is ever since the well's been here. Like I said, I've been here 21 years, and since the well's come here, it's
Mr.
been
Costa?
worse than ever. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis? Mark Davis, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, good evening, City Council. I also attended the event on Sunday, and I do echo the fact that although there were not hundreds of protesters there were at least 50 or 60. They were loud, they were proud, and they were brave, because we endured such vocal venom from people like not to be believed. All while the City Council is talking up there about what a smile it is to be around Maryland. But anyway, I want to talk about the press release today. It's certainly self-serving. It was about the survey, mostly. 300 responses, I understand, is what it was. There was no question on that survey about, do you approve of the location for Maryland? Because there are plenty of people who like Maryland who have told me, what a dumb location to put the statue. Period. They like Maryland, dumb location. It's not a great survey to hang your hat on. When the park survey went out in 2016, over 3,000 citizens responded about Maryland being in the park and liking that plan. We have our own survey as part of the committee to relocate Maryland, and it goes like this. There are 343 donors to the committee to relocate Maryland on GoFundMe. It's a stellar list of donors who are all citizens of Palm Springs, who have so far donated $72,000 of $75,000 towards legal fees. And if need be, I know many of these people will even double these donations as well. So the lawsuit continues. Our survey also includes 42,000 signatures from around the country agreeing with Me Too Maryland. That's not good. That's a better survey than 300 people by a survey paid for by PS Resorts. As well, our survey continues. Since Monday, there have been some rather scathing articles about Palm Springs in Maryland, particularly one from the New York Times.
Mr. Davis,
stating
your time is
commentary.
elapsed.
Marilyn Monroe statue in Palm Springs is an offense to Pride Month by Christopher Knight, who is a 2020 Pulitzer Prize
Davis,
critic
your
of the
time
LA
has
Times.
elapsed. Can we please disconnect?
The LA Times has 45
Mr.
million unique
Davis,
followers,
your
7
time
million
has
social media
elapsed.
followers.
We need to
They
disconnect.
will read this as well.
Mr.
He writes
Davis,
that the aim of the
your time
26-foot
has
statue is to
elapsed, and we
saunter
need to
between a woman's
disconnect.
spread legs, look up her billowing
Mr.
dress, and
Davis,
snicker at her
your
panty
time
clad
has
crotch.
elapsed,
Oh, and
and
snap
we
a
need to
picture for
disconnect.
social media.
Mr.
So begs the
Davis,
question, why on the city website
your time is
and why on
elapsed,
PS Resorts website,
and we need to
or why doesn't
disconnect.
even the Desert Sun print a picture of her
Mr.
from
Davis, this
behind?
behavior is
No one does
unacceptable.
because it would be offensive to the readers, I'm sure. But we have
City
never
clerk,
seen
if
a
you could
picture
just
from behind.
disconnect,
Mr.
please,
Davis,
and
we are
people have
disconnecting
allowed
now.
30
Thank you.
minutes.
Rick Pentelli, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. On June 10th, at the age of 93, Marv Scholl died peacefully in his home in Rancho Mirage, surrounded by his family. Born and raised in Chicago, Marv met and married his first love, his wife of 56 years, Carol Halper. Carol preceded him in death, as did their beloved sons, Scott and Barry Scholl. Marv was a lifelong car enthusiast, running dealerships from a young age, and moved to the Palm Springs area in 1976, where he opened Exotic Motor Cars in 1981, which became the premier classic car dealership in the Coachella Valley. Marv Scholl was a proud veteran of the United States Navy, serving during World War II. You could always see him driving one of his signature cars in our Palm Springs parades. When Marv's youngest son, Barry, died of complications from HIV/AIDS, he and his late wife, Carol, became active volunteers at the Desert AIDS Project and the AIDS Assistance Program. They both received recognition for the humanitarian efforts in their fight against AIDS. One of the most proud of the awards came on World AIDS Day in 2016, when Marv Scholl Red Ribbon of Hope Award was established in his name to honor his then 30 years of commitment to AIDS research. In 2007, Marv met the second love of his life, his adoring wife, Ruth Ruffner, who he called Ruthie. Their friendship and love brought incredible joy to Marv and all who adored him. Marv's smile was so infectious, and there was always a twinkle in his eye. For me, he embodied unconditional love and the art of giving. He generously gave of himself with his service to his country and to our Palm Springs community. His open-door policy showed that he shared his time and caring to all of us who knew him, and he will be dearly missed. There will be a private memorial service set for a later date, and for all those who wish to donate in Marv's memory, donations can be made at Desert Health Organization. Tonight, I ask the Palm Springs City Council to consider planting a tree with a plaque or a star on Palm Canyon, commemorating the life of our 40-year friend, resident, and
Please wrap it
businessman
up.
Marv Scholl. I also ask that the mayor and council of tonight's meeting
Mr. Pentelli, your time has elapsed.
adjourn the meeting in honor of Marv Scholl. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. And thank you to everyone for calling in. We do ask that you keep your comments to 2 minutes. Normally we would be in person and we'd have an ability to control that, and it's difficult by phone. So please do respect our City Clerk, who is working really hard to make sure everyone's heard. Otherwise, we will have to disconnect you. The next item on the agenda is item 2C, a public hearing to consider a resolution confirming the report of the Palm Springs Small Hotel Tourism Business Improvement District Advisory Board, levying the assessment and conducting the protest proceedings. I'd like to ask for a staff report, please.
Madam Mayor, this is a resolution confirming the report of the Palm Springs Small Hotel Tourism Business Improvement District Advisory Board and to levy the fiscal year 2021-22 assessment and to conduct the protest proceedings. The staff report does contain the noticing requirements as well as the board's annual report, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, are there any public speakers?
Madam Mayor, there's no public comment for this item.
Thank you. There being no speakers, the public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or questions from council? Councilmember Kors.
Am I muted? No. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Just really want to really appreciate the report and the great work that the TBID has done. They work really hard, all of these folks as volunteers, to help promote our amazing small hotels. So I'd like to move the resolution confirming the report.
Thank you. So there's a motion to approve. City Clerk, we need to conduct a protest proceeding, right?
Yes, and I'll note that the city has not received any written protest, and we've received no verbal protest. We have received a couple letters of support. Therefore, this does not constitute a majority protest, and the City Council can proceed with adopting the resolution.
Thank you. So there's a motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Woods. Is there any discussion? So we have a motion made by Councilmember Kors and seconded by Councilmember Woods. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
And Mayor Holsich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 5C, consideration of approving the annual insurance policy renewals for the city's insurance portfolio. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton? You're on mute.
Did we skip 3A or am I mistaken?
We voted at.
We've moved it. We moved this one up.
My apology.
Mayor, members of the City Council, this item is the annual renewal of our insurance policy program. The city is self-insured and annually purchases various lines of insurance coverage to minimize the adverse impacts of accidental losses and claims against the city. These insurance policies include property, liability, earthquake, flood, auto liability, and workers' compensation. The action tonight is the purchase of various lines of insurance for the 2021 and 2022 policy. I believe we have our insurance broker, Keenan and Associates. If our IT folk could let Miss Vanessa Pena in, I think that might be helpful. In the meantime, I will go ahead and proceed with the staff report. The city has service agreement with Keenan and Associates to provide insurance brokerage services for us. And they have actively marketed the city's policies over the last several months in order to try and get us the most competitive rates. As the council can imagine, given the various natural disasters that have been occurring at an increasing rate and intensity, as well as jury awards, as well as just the general statutory and legal framework here in California, the insurance market has significantly hardened, resulting in increased rates. The staff report contains a chart of the various policies that have been marketed and for which we've received offers. And generally, the increase ranges an average of 15%. However, there's a couple of outliers. The first is cyber and data breach. That has increased at a higher percentage, although, as the staff report indicates, it's still not a very large amount. It basically has gone up from 16,000 to approximately 27,000, so it's a 58% increase. The other significant increase that we are seeing has been in our excess liability. So this covers things like auto accidents, use of force incidents, and just trip and fall claims and lawsuits. This last category has been extremely difficult to procure offers from the insurance carriers, and we have been negotiating as recently as into today. The staff report contains a request that the City Council authorize the staff to procure these insurance policies that are identified in the staff report and delegate authority to the city staff and our insurance brokers, Keenan, to procure the policies in the amounts that are set forth in the chart. And then with regard to excess liability, because we didn't have a specific dollar amount when the staff report was prepared, we put in $1,123,697. The quote that we received today for the excess liability is actually $1,090,000, and with a recommended buffer or buy down of the self-insured retention for employment and public officials liability of $61,000, that would actually come to $1,151,200. So staff would recommend that that dollar amount in the excess liability be changed to that $1,151,200, that all the other dollar amounts remain the same. As the staff report indicates, staff is recommending that the council consider returning to the pre-2019 dollar amounts for the earthquake and flood insurance. And if the council were willing to do that, that would save us an extra $392,350 in premiums. That would still leave us with a $10 million difference in condition or earthquake and flood insurance for the city facilities. It would also allow, if the council is so inclined, to authorize city staff and Keenan to use that extra or saved premium to go out and procure additional coverage for the excess liability, and we would bring that back to the city council at the earliest opportunity. The other alternative that we've presented in the staff report is the potential for increasing the coverage for cyber liability. As the council is probably aware, there have been several recent high-profile data breaches and ransomware situations. The proposed policy would provide for coverage of up to $1 million. We've provided the opportunity of the council to increase that coverage to $5 million for an additional $15,997. So if the council is inclined to authorize city staff and Keenan to procure that additional coverage, we're able to do that. That concludes my staff presentation. I don't know if Ms. Vanessa Pena has anything she'd like to add to the staff report before we turn it back to the council.
Thank you, Jeff. You've pretty much covered it all. I don't have anything further to add other than just here to answer any questions or concerns that may come up.
Thank you so much for the staff report. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Mayor Pro Tem.
You know, this is tough area. It's a very hard insurance market today, and none of us are pleased with the kind of prices that we are seeing. But this is where the insurance market is today, and I'm prepared to move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. So there's a motion to approve and a second. Is there further discussion?
And just for clarification, if I could, for the record, so the dollar amount for the excess liability would be the $1.1 million, $51,200. We would be returning to the pre-2019 coverage for difference in condition or earthquake and flood, and we will be sticking with the dollar amount for cyber breach. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Course.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstech.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pena. The next item is item 3A, consideration of an ordinance amending the Palm Springs Municipal Code regarding reusable food serviceware and plastic waste reduction. Can we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. What you have before you is a first reading of the proposed foodware ordinance. And I just wanted to highlight a few of the changes since we last spoke. And I'm happy to answer any questions on anything in the staff report as well. We've conducted a lot of conversations since the May 6th meeting, tried to get a little bit more information from a variety of food vendors as well as distributors, and did some more research on products as well as composting and recycling opportunities to produce the revised draft. We have started to develop outreach materials based on the current version of the draft, and we'll update it after this meeting based on the feedback that we received today. And so just a few of the changes to note. There are a number, again, in the staff report, but I wanted to highlight a few that you may want to weigh in on in particular. So one of the changes that we made was to include compostable plastic in the definition of plastic. Previously, we had just limited it to petroleum-based plastics. And we did this for a couple of reasons. One is we had some more conversations with Burtech, that is our the operator of the facility that will manage our organics material after it gets operational later this year. And they indicated that they would not be taking compostable plastics into their system. The other thing is that the compostable plastics don't really function differently than regular plastic in a litter environment. So other than it being non-petroleum based and being able to be composted in some processes, it doesn't provide us too much advantage. So we included it in the plastic restrictions. It may allow an option for us for those products that can't be moved to fiber-based compostable material to have this as a better alternative than a regular plastic. So we may look at it for that, but I just wanted to highlight that and bring that to your attention. Second thing was an item that you found confusing and that several others did as well. And so we tried to simplify the fees and incentives related to disposable cup and container charges, as well as a credit for use of reusable items, to be just a 25-cent per order charge for disposables and a 25-cent credit for use of reusables. in discussing this component with a number of individuals in the field, it still is somewhat confusing, especially they feel like it may be challenging for frontline workers to implement. And given that there are still lingering COVID concerns and reusable foodware, at least customer provided, isn't that prevalent yet, the council may want to consider removing this requirement or postponing it for implementation at a later time. We could also provide some broader language allowing for a charge and encouraging an incentive. But again, the most immediate changes we could make is to either remove it or postpone the implementation. Then the other thing I wanted to mention was a question that council had raised about the ability or the value of making disposable foodware either recyclable or compostable. And I wanted to mention that in our conversations with Bertec, they did also mention that they would accept certified compostable foodware. And so based on that feedback, what we did was we designed the ordinance to move eventually to all fiber-based compostable foodware. And so just to give you a sense of what this looks like in terms of the evolution of the implementation of the ordinance, we start out with a variety of different materials right now, including a variety of plastics. We move on January 1st of 2022 to include the polystyrene ban, limits on some of the plastic accessories, as well as going to accessories on demand. And so that gets rid of things like plastic straws, foam cups, as well as rigid polystyrene food containers. So we start to limit the field with that. And then January 1st of 2023, we go full on with a requirement that all disposable foodware be fiber-based compostable foodware that is also certified in some cases. So you can see that it severely limits the options, the remaining options, and really provides a lot more aggressive elimination of plastic. So if plastic is really the primary focus of this particular ordinance in the interest of council, then this provides a pathway to do that. The other thing that I would note is that if we do decide to go down this path as written, we will work with Palm Springs Disposal Services to make available some sort of organic management services for multifamily residents that are not necessarily required to have that service under the 1383 regulations that we'll be implementing in the next year or two. So I would just note that if we go in this direction, we will incorporate some accommodation for multifamily into our new ordinances for organics. If council would like to take a little bit more conservative approach or allow for some plastics to remain in the system, then this is what that may look like. So basically what it does is it still does limit some of the plastics, but it would still allow for certain numbered items or certain types of plastic material that are allowed in our recycling system. We would have to work closely again with Bertec, who manages the recycling process, to ensure that we know exactly what types of materials they will accept and won't accept. This is an always changing sort of situation. So we wanted to make sure that we give people the correct guidance in terms of what materials they would be able to provide. But again, the ordinance currently is designed along this compostable pathway. I also wanted to mention along this line is that there are lots of questions out there about the compostability of foodware, some of which were raised by the Sustainability Commission at the last meeting. We have been in touch with the Compost Manufacturing Alliance that does testing on these products. And so we're able to work with them potentially on testing additional materials, even though they do have a variety of materials that are already listed on their website as composting in the processes, the types of processes that Bertec would implement at their facility here locally. So with that, I would just mention that this ordinance, I feel like, is a dynamic ordinance. So I feel like we will probably be learning a lot of things over the next year or so. And so I may come back to you with more information or some tweaks to the ordinance as we go forward. We will be providing things like scholarships to help in implementation. We plan on conducting a bioforum with businesses to help them understand different products and different services for organic waste management. And we could also get engaged in product testing if that seemed helpful for people to expand the universe of products that may be accepted in our organics management service. And with that, I will take your questions.
Thank you. Patrick, I have a question about plastic utensils being on that list and not being limited until January 2023. So can you explain that, please?
So, and I'm sorry, what types of plastics were you asking about?
Plastic utensils on your chart.
Yes. Yeah, so the plastic utensils are something that would basically move to a fiber-based compostable product in 2023. So we could include those earlier if we wanted to do that. But again, there's nothing we can do with them. They can't be recycled. They can't really be composted until that 2023 date rolls around.
Okay, thank you. I think I saw Councilmember Kors first before I spoke out of turn, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
You never speak out of turn, you're the mayor.
I get to choose when to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you, Patrick, for all the work in incorporating a lot of what we discussed. The one thing I'm questioning is to require businesses to give a 25-cent credit every time someone brings a cup or a container. I'm worried that's going to disincentivize businesses who will then not allow them. And we want businesses actually to sell reusable cups that people bring back. So and they'll just end up raising rates for everyone. So that's the one piece I'd like to see out. But of course, I want to hear from other council members. But that was my only change. That we went through this in great depth last time. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to Patrick, who had an hour-long meeting with me and Councilmember Kors after the City Council authorized us to work out some of these details with the direction from Council. So thank you to Patrick for all of his hard work on this. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. And I don't want to belabor this, but I'm still struggling with on page 383, the by request only for providing accessories for takeout food. The California Restaurant Association suggested that we make this upon offer, which I still think is the right way to go. But as it stands right now, we're seeing by request only, and then we've got the sentence, however, it does not prohibit a food vendor from confirming that a customer does not want accessories if they did not ask for them. That seems to be saying that the restaurant could say, you don't want accessories, but the restaurant would be prohibited from saying, do you want accessories? I think we should just simply allow a restaurant to ask the question, do you want utensils or not?
So a by request or on by inquiry, basically. Add those two options.
By request or on inquiry. Okay. I can handle on inquiry. If we strike only and add on inquiry, I think they could do it.
Are you reading from the ordinance itself, Mayor Pro Tem?
I was reading from the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I will take a look at the ordinance and make sure that it is consistently referenced, whatever we decide.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, maybe if you can point us to that portion of the ordinance, so then when we are discussing what we'd like to do with that, we can look at the language if needed. Are there other comments from council members? Councilmember Woods.
Patrick, did you hear the public testimony or see the written comments we received from the Sierra Club regarding cloth napkins?
I did see that, yes.
What might your response be to that?
My response is that I have not had a significant focus on napkins, so I am at a little bit of a loss to respond to that request at present. I understand the concern, and I agree that those are things that do get distributed in ways that are excessive in a lot of situations. What I don't know is how that would potentially impact the variety of different food vendors that might be out there. So for example, if we're including bars in this, I don't think a bar is going to hand out a cloth napkin with every drink order. So those are the kinds of questions that I have when I hear that. So I don't know that I'm ready to incorporate that at this time. But as I mentioned, if we do some research and do a little more legwork, we could probably come back with an addition to the ordinance at a later date.
Great. So it's a living document. And if I can get clarification from Councilmember Coors on the 25 cents, I'm not sure I understood your...
Got it. So right now we have, I think what we discussed last time was there'd be a 25-cent fee if you want a disposable cup. This also would add a 25-cent credit for every time someone brought a reusable cup into a business. So, but businesses don't have to accept the reusable cups to be filled. So I think it disincentivizes businesses, which we're already putting a lot on, to fill those as if every time someone brings in a cup, they're going to have to give them money, and sort of adds more to them. So that was my concern. So you'd still have to pay 25 cents if you want a reusable cup, but you don't get 25 cents off unless the business wants to give you that every time you bring a reusable cup.
Okay.
Is what I was recommending, at least for now, because I'm concerned it creates the reverse disincentive for the businesses. Does that make sense, Patrick? My understanding is they don't have to agree to take reusable containers and cups, right?
That is correct, because we kind of hedged on that particular requirement, so that is true.
So if we're not requiring it and we're going to make them pay every time someone brings one, they're less likely to accept them. I think we undermine our goal here.
As I mentioned in the staff report, some of the restaurants are already providing incentive for people to bring back refills and that kind of thing. So I think they're already thinking in that direction.
So we could, if I can, so we could require that they accept reusables. Is that right?
We could do that. Again, there were some concerns about whether that would have some liability implications for either the restaurant or for potentially the city for requiring them if somebody got sick or something happened as a result of use of that cup or container.
Those liability risks seem extremely small to me as someone who's practiced personal injury law. But is there other concerns as well, or just that?
That was the primary concern that was raised. The other thing was perhaps the appropriateness of the container or the cup. So people express concern about sometimes people bring in these containers or cups that were inappropriate for whatever the thing was that they were trying to put in it. And so forcing them to do that might have some challenges. Again, the frontline workers are challenged anyway. So I don't know what that looks like in particular, but that was another concern that was shared.
Thank you. And so to alleviate that concern, we changed the language to require an appropriate container, and then they could determine and say this gasoline container is not appropriate for your coffee to go or something, right?
Exactly, exactly.
I think we alleviated that concern in the ordinance. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Wood. I just wanted to follow up on that point. If you have other questions. Other questions or comments? So we need to decide about the issue of the 25-cent credit, and then we need to decide about the upon offer option or the by request only option. Councilmember Force.
So on page 3A-23, 5.87.0033, I think is the language you were asking about, Mayor Holstage. And it says they can only provide food service or accessories that comply with this section, and only one upon a customer specific request for such item, 2 in a self-service area or dispensary, or 3 when prepared food is assembled for takeout or delivery to accommodate for safety and to prevent spills. 3 is confusing to me. That, because you could say, well, that always is the case, right? So it sounds like we are allowing it if we put in food for takeout and delivery without a request or even without asking.
So that is primarily designed, I think, for things like cups and lids, or for lids, and in some cases like those stoppers. So I think it's a fairly limited set of things that would probably meet that definition.
But is that clear? I
Yeah.
think we need to be really clear on that. I would read that to say, I can just put silver, plastic forks and knives and spoons in every takeout and delivery order. And I don't think we'd have a good argument because it's not really clear. Because it's not safe to eat hot food with your hands, right? I mean, that would be how people would respond. So I think we need to be clear if it's only lids. I don't know what others think. Maybe the city attorney. I mean, since I didn't read that correctly, I'm just concerned others might not. But it's 10:15 at night, so I might not be at my sharpest. No.
I agree with your reading, Councilmember Force. I would consider that to mean any takeout or delivery, probably in practice. So city attorney, is there other language, or do you agree with that interpretation? Is there a way to clear that up?
So the desire of the council is to limit it to situations where it's truly for safety or preventing spills? Is that the?
I think just preventing spills. Right? That's what we're trying to get here, right?
Then we can simply take out to accommodate for safety and.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. That works. Thank you. That was easy. For you.
Mayor Pro Tem, is that acceptable to you? You raised concerns about that.
Frankly, I don't understand what you've done.
So we've taken out that you could put them in for safety, but you can put them on without a request if it's to prevent spills. So we're talking about the cat. So we're clear with the businesses on what we're saying they can do without request.
The issue I was raising is
different one. Right.
When somebody's getting takeout, a restaurant should be able to ask, would you like a fork, a knife, and a spoon in your bag? And so that's all I'm asking.
Right. And I think.
Please allow the restaurant to say, would you like a fork, knife, or spoon?
So basically, we would be modifying number 1 to read something to the effect of upon a customer specific request for such items or upon inquiry by the food vendor.
allow the food vendor to ask. And then people who don't need it will say no, and those who do will say yes, instead of going through gyrations that make no sense whatsoever. Or maybe I just don't understand at this point. But it might be 10:15 at night that customer is going to the restaurant. And when they get back to their hotel room at 10:30 and find that they don't have a fork and a knife for the Chinese takeout that they just got, they are not going to be a happy customer.
So we would allow for both.
And if I might, I think the language actually doesn't preclude an offer.
Right.
So I think you would meet what is written if the restaurant says, do you request a fork, spoon, or knife? And if the customer says yes, then the customer has requested it.
I agree with that interpretation.
Thank you.
That is what we had suggested as the two liaisons that you appointed to work on this and bring it back, that we don't need to specify that. It is an option to work around the ordinance, because then restaurants can just say, oh, they asked for it, even while they're continuing to put in every single bag. But the way you said it sounds very reasonable, and it's hard to argue against that. So I think we're all on the same page that the language in the ordinance allows for what you described.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other issues? Councilmember Wood.
You're on mute.
Thank you. I'm going back to the 25 cents a cup, section 5.87.005. Charging 25 cents for a disposable cup certainly helps the profit margin of Starbucks, but it doesn't necessarily help us with our recycling goals unless it's promoted that you're paying 25 cents more. And we don't have anything in our ordinance, at least at this point, that says you need to state that on your billboard or your menu board that you're going to pay 25 cents more. Then I think people might wake up and say, oh, I'll bring my own cup. But if they just ring it up as 25 cents, it doesn't get us, it's like we pay 10 cents on glass bottles or something. It doesn't get us to the point that we really want people not to use those disposable cups. So I'm just curious, either in this iteration or if in a future iteration, we add a point that it shall be posted that you're going to be charged 25, whether it be posted on the menu or it be posted on the menu board or it be posted somewhere, that you'd be in charge 25 cents for a disposable cup so that people understand what's happening.
I think that would be easy to add to that last paragraph under 005, where we ask for them to specifically call it out on the receipt. So we could add a posting requirement there as well.
Great. Thank you.
So how about the 25-cent credit every time someone brings a cup?
I don't think that we need to require every restaurant to do that. I think if they would like to, that's great. I believe that's what you said before.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kors. I mean, I think, I just don't think that we need to, if we want people to start complying with this,